Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Nilmi, thank you for the 33 months. I appreciate that. I'm doing well. How are you? Darkor, thank you for the 24 months. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kind words and the 2 years of support. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream as much as you do. I'm not sure if we're going to get around to playing some Goaty later because I have some plans for what we're going to do today, but we will see. I have a Wheel of Deck stream prepared for at some point, probably maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll throw Runic on there, and then we can do a Runic Goaty duel in that stream. How about that? And me, thank you for the 29 months. Sub sound is a little low. Hold up, let me see if I can fix that. Okay, I have increased it a little bit. If we get the next one, you let me know if it's still too low or if it's fine now. But yeah, okay. Thank you. That was louder, right? Was that good? Thank you for the 25 months, and appreciate you for testing the sound. You could have put so many things in the 27 month, but something's off with all the sub numbers that are divisible by 9. I don't know what it is. There's a ban list. There was a ban list. Not the kind that you're expecting, maybe, if you're asking like this, because there was a Master Duel ban list. But yes, we have a lot of things to do today. I'm glad to be back. The streaming schedule for this week is, as you may have noticed, slightly different because I wasn't live yesterday. That is because, I mean, I was live last Sunday, and I'm also going to be live on Saturday and Sunday next weekend, because there is going to be a YCS in America with Alliance Insight Legal. So I'm very excited for that. So I'm going to be streaming the entire thing on Saturday and Sunday coming up. But in order to not go crazy, I'm going to be taking off Thursday and Friday for it. I mean, Friday is usually off anyways, but I'm taking Thursday off because I'm actually we're going on a little bike trip Thursday and Friday. So I'm going to be off then, but I'll be back on the weekend, and we're going to be live Saturday and Sunday. All right. So that is the plan for the week. The plan for today is we're going to do we're going to warm up in a second, but then we are going to take a look at some of the things that have happened in both Master Duel and TCG, or will happen in Master Duel and TCG. Then we're going to be tier listing today for Alliance Insight, which is something that I'm excited to talk about because it's a format that I've started to. I've gotten started in like testing and looking at all the stuff and trying out the new archetypes and stuff like that. And that is it's an interesting format for sure. So I'm excited to talk about it. And after that, we're gonna hop into Master Duel. I have a pretty good idea of what we're gonna do in Master Duel today because of something that was recommended to me over on my Discord server. So we might check out a new deck today or a new spin on an older concept, but that's going to be fun, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Have you bought your Alliance Insight cards? I have not bought an Alliance Insight card yet. I'm going to look into getting those as soon as like the set drops, at least. I haven't looked at the prices yet. The only thing I saw was that March Hare was pretty expensive on release, but it's on pre-release weekend essentially, but I honestly also wasn't expecting anything else. Like I don't think that card is gonna be super cheap, unfortunately. But yeah, let's begin. I mean, yeah, it is probably the most expensive card in the set, right? Be careful. No, I'm not gonna fall this time. I'm not gonna fall. All right. Ooh, I know this one. It's like one of the fossils. Galgar. Galgios, one of the fossil dragons. Yeah. How many decks? Oh, dude, it's difficult because I think it depends on so many different things. Whether you like, I think for some people it's very good to commit to just one deck. Especially if you're newer to the game and you're like trying to learn. But if you're like experienced, it depends on how many decks you want to commit to financially as well. I guess you can commit to a deck, like you can learn it before you buy the cards. But this is the old Union monster. What is this one called? Pitch Black. Pitch Black? No. Union Rider? Yeah. Like I generally, the way I can tell you how I do it, I usually don't commit to any number of decks. Like I go from tournament to tournament, I go looking into it like with the full pool of decks available as an option basically, where I will take whatever deck I think gives me the best chances of performing well at a YCS at least. And then I try to organize the cards for that once I know what I'm going to need. This is a Watt card, but Watt box is not a thing. Watt box, whatever. Watt keeper, okay. This feels familiar. Archfiend Soldier? No. What is that? I feel like I've seen this card. Maybe I haven't. Oh, I have seen this card. Yeah, okay. That trap. That is a Bujin Irume. Yep. Ooh, that is the something magnetism. Ring of magnetism. I don't know what this is. S4's Professor Digama. Okay. This is Doom Kaiser Dragon, but it might be Assault Mode. Yeah. It's Dark Magician related, I think. Yeah. I think it's one of the ritual monsters. Magician of Chaos. That is a ritual, right? Ritual Buster. Because I thought this is Lycanthrope, right? But it's not the card Lycanthrope. This is Pitch Black. That's funny because you said Pitch Black earlier. Yeah, I've seen this. Something device? No. Anti-fusion device, maybe? Oh yeah, okay. We had that last week. That's why I know. This is Goki Pole. This is Lightsworn. No, it's a spirit. One of those? Yeah. Smile World? No. Guiltia Retrain. I don't know what that is. It looks Adamantipator, but I don't think it is. Burnout. Oh, okay. Just Burnout. Ghost Trick Miri, I think. Yeah. Dinomorphia, right? Dinomorphia. Is it Diplos? Yeah. I think that is... I thought it was Mermail, but it's not water, actually. It's... Is it Prophecy? Hermit of Prophecy? Yeah. This feels familiar. That is Void Ogre Dragon? Yeah. That looks like an old card. That is an old card. It's the very little... It's a very small vanilla. Shining Elf. Wait, no. Shining Elf is the battle recruiter. It's dancing fairy. Dancing elf? Yeah, that one. Oh, that's a Subterror. That is a Subterror. Fiendus? No. Behemoth Fiendus? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. Dust Tornado. Okay. Please just be Toon World. It'd be mean if it wasn't. Okay. Card of Demise. Yeah, I feel like I've seen this one. It's the Rose field spell, I think. But White Rose Cloister? Yeah, okay. Oh, that's curious. Oh, I didn't need the zoom. I always zoom out of habit, but that one I actually saw before. Okay, it's not Bagjack. That's what I thought at first. It's not Bagjack. It is... Oh, Update Jammer. Yeah. That's a worm. I think E. No. Ah, dude. Worm. D? Dimicles. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's an old card. I don't know the name. I don't know the name. Ray and temperature. Yeah. Fish sonar, right? It gives me Karakuri vibes. This one? Yeah. You played this? Oh, is it the one we played, the level 1 tuner? In that we played in the weird. It's a while ago. Dude, what is this? Minerva? This is not Minerva. No, this is one of the fairy thingies. Is this a Minerva? Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. I doubt it. I don't know what that is. Rank up magic. That's why I don't know what it is. Okay. Good. Yeah. Which moth is it? Great moth? Right? Yeah. I've never seen this card in my life. Curse Reflection. Okay. This gives me World Chalice, Guard Dragon, whatever vibes. Almar Duke. Is it this one maybe? No. Crusadia? But it's not. Is it Crusadia Draco? Oh. I thought that was greener for some reason. In my head, that's like has more green in it. The lover, right? The happy lover. Invoker, thank you for the prime. Are you gonna blind second with Fiendsmith the Zodiac? Probably, right? Just a bunch of hand traps. That could work. Dude, I feel like I've seen this card. The Ninja Village. Hidden Village of Ninjutsu Arts. It's a map. Treasure map? No. Oh, it's Ancient Rule. Yeah, you're right. True Nade. It looks like White Forest. Voivode. Okay, it definitely gave me Void Forest vibe. White Forest vibes. Huh? Okay, well, I was a little distracted, but we made 800 anyways. Yeah. Hello. Okay. Let's get this. Okay, I don't have easy access to my keyboard right now. So let me see. Wrong go. We are looking for a high level monster from back in the day with high attack, low defense. Let me try a monarch. Let's do Ryza. Okay, it's a monarch, right? It's gotta be. Mobius? It's not a monarch. It's from 2005 or 6. It's a water level 6 effect monster with monarch stats. It is a water, so it's not one of the other monarchs. Terror King Salmon? No, that's a normal monster, right? It could be Cranium Fish. 2007 though? No, it's not Cranium. Heh? It's not Cranium Fish. Because that's 2007. It's not 2007. Level 6 water. 2000 Bitelon? Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I definitely have seen that card. It's piercing battle damage, yeah. Okay. Would have been more fun if it was a monarch, but alas. Okay. All right. Warm up out of the way. Gonna get into some content soon. How old is he? He turns 9 years old in 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I mean, we've only had him for a little over a year. We adopted him all like right before he turned 8 years old. So he's gonna turn 9 years old soon. 15th of May is his birthday. Is Charlie ready for national season? He's very excited about the new Master Duel ban list that we're going to look at in a second because Pearly went to 3. So yeah, he was very excited when that happened. So yeah, let's get going. We have a couple of things to talk about. Let me just open up all the right tabs. Let me check if I have everything. But I think we should be good to go. The first thing I wanted to talk about, we have a new Master Duel Forbidden Limited list update, which has been released, I think, yesterday and is going to be in effect in a week and a half on May 9th. This one is not the biggest update, I will say. Little spoiler ahead of time. We're going to just talk about the individual changes and what they might mean. But this is one of the smaller Master Duel ban list updates. Of course, with Master Duel, the situation is kind of like, it is okay if there are smaller updates because we get more frequent updates. So it's not the biggest deal. Also, at the same time, I personally did not expect them to change all too much this month. Was maybe expecting a little bit of a Snake Eye hit further than just the Beatrice ban, but it is what it is. We're going to talk about the changes. The first one is actually already my favorite change here, because basically the approach to this list, I think, is trying to buff some of the more rogue-ish decks rather than hitting some of the meta decks, because I think arguably the best deck in Master Duel right now is Blue Eyes Primite, and that is a deck that I was not expecting them to hit at all. So I guess getting some unhits for some rogue decks is still fine. And starting off with Fire King High Avatar Kirin from 2 to 3, I think this is a very meaningful change for Fire King. Pure Fire King in particular is a deck that I've been enjoying a lot after Dinka Bui won YCS Birmingham with it. I tried it in Master Duel. I had a good time with it. It was fun. I was always complaining when I was playing the deck about, like, why is Kirin at 2? Because Kirin to 2 never really affected Fire King Snake Eyes, because Fire King Snake Eyes could always get away with 2 Kirin. It was always, like, it was a weird hit to begin with, because it was way more impactful for pure Fire King than it was for Snake Eyes. So this is something that, honestly, should have happened a while ago. Should have arguably never happened. The fact that they semi-limited Kirin to begin with. But I'm very glad it's back. I'm going to be trying out some Pure Fire King again once that list comes in effect. I like that a lot. Next up, similar thing, Airlifter from 2 to 3. I feel like this is just correcting some of the things, because, like, both of these decks, I think, Fire King and Rescue Ace, were initially hit because of Snake Eyes, right? Because Snake Eyes was in the game, that kind of made Fire King and Rescue Ace more powerful decks. And instead of hitting Snake Eyes, they decided to slightly hit some of the Fire King and Rescue Ace cards, which I honestly didn't agree with from the beginning. I think it should have been Snake Eye hits. Now that Snake Eye is not gone, but like slowly but surely fading out of the metagame, I still think, by the way, I still think they need to hit Snake Eyes at some point. They still should do a little bit more to Snake Eyes to make sure it phases out. But we're basically reverting some of the previous changes to some of these fire decks. Airlifter from 2 to 3, very welcome change. I mean, I don't even remember the last time I played against Rescue Ace in Master Duel. Like, it's been a long time, and the deck deserves the third Airlifter, I think. Like, that is just something that they can have. I like this change a lot. Emergency Teleport from 2 to 3, I think, is also justified. It is a relevant change. There are decks in the game that will appreciate the third copy of Emergency Teleport. I'm thinking Ritual Beast. I'm thinking maybe some Punk strategies or whatever, especially with, like, Punk. I mean, Punk is about to get support in the TCG as well. So eventually, the third Teleport is definitely going to matter. I mean, Teleport is just a very, very good card. So I think it being at 3 can definitely matter at a certain time, at a certain point in time. But for now, I can't really argue with the card being at 3. And here we go. This is Charlie's favorite change on the ban list. We got 2 Pearly going up to 3. Did the other cat also go to 3? Per Lily? I feel like Per Lily is already at 3, right? They did that one like last ban list or 2 ban lists ago. They put Per Lily to 3, which was an interesting decision, because it's always, this one is the one that matters more, because this is the one that's not once per turn. So this is the one that you can, like, go through multiple times per turn. So this one being at 3 matters way more. Which I think gives us Pearly at almost full power. The only thing is, like, Delicious Memory is at 1. I personally, I think I'm indifferent on Pearly overall, because I do think the deck's playstyle is kind of cool. But the thing I never liked about Pearly was the win condition, often being an unaffected towers monster. The rest of the deck I thought was cool. So overall, I'm, like, fine with it. In terms of power level, I think you can't really argue with this. Like, this definitely deserves to be at 3. Maybe Delicious Memory at 1 is, like, fine. Everything else can be at 3. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think Pearly is only really a problem if they can make a really big Noir, right? So as long as Delicious is at 1, all the other cards can definitely run free. So overall, I think all of these unlimits are good unlimits. But that's not the reason why people are mad about this list, I think. The reason why people are mad about this list is because the only other change on it is Solemn Judgment going from 3 to 2. That is the only thing that's happening. So, like, I can understand where people are coming from. You know, in terms of, like, immediate meta impact, this list does seem rather irrelevant, because, I mean, realistically, Pure Fire King, Rescue Ace, Ritual Beast, Pearly, these types of decks are not going to take over the meta from now. So even though these changes are good and should have happened, they don't feel like a shakeup. You know, this doesn't feel like it's going to hugely impact the game. Even though the changes on it are good. Solemn Judgment going from 3 to 2, even that one I kind of understand, because in best of 1, like the number of outs you have for certain floodgates, this is obviously, I feel like a hit that's directed towards stun, because the only deck that's playing Solemn Judgment at the moment is stun. I think this is a weird one, because on the one hand, Solemn Judgment in best of 1 is a really powerful card if you are going first. On the other hand, I'm not happy with how they're addressing stun. I'm really not happy about like how they're doing it, because stun, I feel like, was already missing on the last Forbidden Limited List update, like the one after the last Duelist Cup, right? Stun was a force to be reckoned with in the previous Duelist Cup. Like it was Tenpai, Snake Eyes, and then stun was legitimately, I think, the third most played deck, and like among the most successful decks of the tournament. So I expected them to hit stun in some capacity, right? And that capacity was not Solemn Judgment to 2, right? They didn't do anything about stun on the last Banlist update. And now they're doing like, they're taking away 1 judgment, which is not really what I wanted, because for the most part, the problem with stun is that because it's best of 1, the Solemn Judgment is, of course, an answer to all of the outs your opponent is playing to your floodgates, right? Like when your opponent activates Imperm to negate your barrier statue, then Solemn Judgment can counter that. Or when your opponent goes into a Link monster to attack over something, or like to out your Inspector Border or whatever, right? The weird thing is that Solemn Judgment is just the answer to the problem, basically, right? So this is, and that's weird, because the problem is that there's cards in stun that do not let you play the game. And with Solemn Judgment going from 3 to 2, you're still forced to have an answer to the floodgate that they're activating. And the biggest problem with that is, for some of the floodgates, there aren't even outs in certain decks, right? Like if you're playing a deck that doesn't have an answer to There Can Be Only One, or Rivalry, or Gozen Match, or Necro Valley, then it doesn't even matter if they have a Solemn Judgment or not, right? The Solemn Judgment only matters if you already have an answer to the floodgate. So I don't know. This is a weird one to me. I don't disagree with it. Like I think Solemn Judgment, even in TCG and OCG, they could consider hitting Solemn Judgment at some point, because it's like one of the most side-decked card at the moment. But that's the thing. It only became one of the most side-decked cards after they hit a lot of the floodgates, right? During the formats where we had Anti-Spell Fragrance and so on and so forth, people would always prefer that. So like floodgates are definitely more problematic than Solemn Judgment, but it's okay. I think it's okay to hit Solemn Judgment. I think it's not okay to not hit any of the floodgates at the moment. Like I think they should, for Master Duel Best of 1, they should definitely take a look at all of the floodgates that are not banned or limited yet, especially cards like barrier statues are very, very toxic. I think like, because they've put Fossil Dyna to 1, they've put Inspector Border to 1. I personally would have liked to see following up with all the barrier statues to 1. Like just all of them, right? I mean, the wind one is obviously already banned because of Fluanderies, but I think if you just put all the barrier statues to 1, then that would already be an important step. And then also, of course, Macrocosmos is a card that has been basically following in the footsteps of other floodgates. That is really, really strong. I just think if all of the floodgates are at 1, I think that's a good compromise. Because I would want them banned, right? I would want the floodgates banned. But if they put all of them to 1, I think as a stun player, you still have like an array of floodgates to choose from, right? Like all of them being limited, you can still put a decent amount of them into your deck. The thing is, you are more you are less likely to draw the exact one that your opponent just cannot play under, right? Like if you're playing one goes in, one rivalry, one there can be only one, and then one of each barrier statue or whatever, you still have an incredible amount of floodgates. But there's going to be the chance that you're drawing the wrong one for the matchup that you're facing. I think that'd be a good balancing decision. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Trishula, thank you for the raid. Another very late stream for you. Good night, I suppose. And hello, raiders. We're currently talking about this Banlist that is definitely affecting Master Duel in some way or not. So yeah, on the one hand, I can understand the people that are disappointed by this. I do think it is a little bit of a nothing burger of a Banlist. At the same time, Master Duel is a format or a game where less impactful Banlists are okay every once in a while. Because we get so frequent updates, most of these changes are understandable. So it's not like they're changing the game for the worst, you know? Like all of these changes are fine. It's just the stuff that's not on here that I would have liked to see. You know, I think Stun and Snake Eyes definitely deserved a little bit of a hit. Didn't expect them to hit Prime Eye Blue Eyes at all yet, so that's okay. But yeah, I guess we'll see what the next one brings if we finally get some more updates to those decks. But for now, this is okay. I don't think it's too bad. I'm not too mad about it. I'm used to smaller updates every now and then in Master Duel, and I'm happy about the third Kirin especially. So it is okay. Do you think they will release Ryziel and Malice both, or do they choose who will go first? Personally, my prediction is that they're not going to release them at the same time. Because at least that's my interpretation of what they're doing sometimes in Master Duel, is like they want to just like as long as a new selection pack comes out and it has enough reasons for people to open it, they're happy with that. Like they don't want to overload selection packs with too many good cards, because then like you kind of want to spread it out. Like I think that makes more sense for them. In Master Duel. So I think it's not unlikely that we're going to get one of them first, and then people will get that deck because it's meta relevant. Because if you release Malice and Ryziel at the same time in Master Duel, people are just going to open one pack, and they might only build one of the two decks because not everyone is going to want both. If you release Ryziel first, that's going to be a good deck. People are going to build it. Then eventually, maybe it's already hit on a ban list or whatever, and then you release Malice as well, or the other way around, and so both of them will have a huge like time to shine. I don't know. That's how I think they will do it, but it could also just be both at the same time. I don't know. They will release those decks pre-hit. Personally, I think that's a fair assumption as well. I think both of those decks might receive a small hit upon release. That'll still make them very much playable. Like I could definitely see like some of the Ryziels releasing as semi-limited, or I can see Malice releasing with like the Malice names semi-limited. That could definitely happen. And I guess the other question is, will they release Ryziel and Malice at the full power level, right? Because they could decide to release Malice alongside March here, or they could release Ryziel alongside Star Ryziel, for example. Those are also possibilities that sometimes they've done in the past. But yeah. We're going to talk more about Master Duel later, and we're also going to play some Master Duel later. For now, I want to take a look at some of the TCG news that we have. Also, there's an OCG Metagame Report that we can take a look at in a second. First things first, though, we have a couple of TCG announcements for various different sets. I just want to go over all of these together, because it's just small news about like upcoming products. I think we can just put that all into one segment. We have Justice Hunter's announcement has a revision of a name. I think that's the only news in this entire article. I just looked over it briefly, but I think they've posted official announcements for like some of the names for the archetypes and stuff, and it looks like Dragon Tail has been renamed to Draco Tail. I feel like that is the only thing. I don't know exactly why that is, but maybe they're trying to avoid like clashing with other. Is Dragon Tail already a thing? Like, is there like another franchise that's called Dragon Tail? Which is why they might avoid it there's a TV show. Okay, apparently there's a TV show called Dragon Tail, so it's been renamed to Draco Tales to avoid anything. Whatever, I think it's fine. Draco Tail is still a cool name. It's just gonna take some time to get used to it, but that is going to be that archetype. I think the other two remain the same, right? K9 remains the same, and yummy. Is this literally the announcement text? Hold up. It is. This is from the official website. There's like a whole paragraph about Draco Tales. Like, Draco Tales combine dragons and spellcasters for a new fusion-based deck theme. Blah, blah, blah. Who let the dogs out? Meet the K9 team, the crime fighters of the future, ready to send your opponent's monsters straight to the pound, and so on and so forth. And then it's just, yummy. That's funny. I like that. That's very funny. Okay. So Justice Hunters has been announced. Is there a date here? 31st of July, 2025, which I believe is after the European Championship. And also after the NAWCQ, if I'm not mixing things up. This would be in time for the World Championship, in theory. 31st of July. So it might just be that the first instance of these cards being playable is the World Championship for us, which this is another one of those things where I've talked about this recently, where Worlds is often, I feel like Worlds is often either beneficial for OCG players or TCG players. In the last 2 years, I think it was very beneficial for TCG players. This year, if these cards come out right before the World Championship and they're legal for Worlds, I think that would be a little bit of an advantage for the OCG, because they've been playing with these cards for a much longer time and they will understand the dynamics between these cards a lot faster, or like they just had more prep time. Of course, the TCG people are going to do their best to prepare, but the OCG will just have like a couple of months of practice ahead. But it is what it is. I mean, TCG was definitely advantaged, I think, the last 2 years, because the ban list is just more like the TCG ban list is more restrictive in the sense that, like, you know, no Maxi, no Appaloosa, no Baron, and so we're just continuously playing a format without those power cards, which is good. That's a good thing for us. I prefer it that way. But it's always like the OCG players always have to like adjust to a format without those cards. Looks like the set structure remains the same. Unless I am confusing things. We have 10 Ultras, 10 Supers, 40 Rares, some available as Super Rare upgrades, 15 cards also available as Collector's Rares. So that is, I think, the same structure as Crossover Breakers, which I don't really have an issue with it. I think Crossover Breakers was a fine set. I think these side sets don't really care about they don't care too much about the rarity distribution. I think you mostly just care about the quality of the archetypes, right? If the archetypes are good, the products are going to be good to open, right? Crossover Breakers was a good set to open because almost all the ultra rares were bangers because all the archetypes were good, except for yugioh, right? But like for the most part, you would pull good ultra rares basically every single box because all the cards were good. With this one, it seems like the same thing. Like K9, Yummy, and Draco Tail are all good in the OCG. I guess the only news here is that some of the cards are available as Starlight Rares, which I think confirms that they are just going to continue doing what they did with QCRs. It's just that QCRs from now on are going to be Starlights, which I think is great. I love that so much. It's funny because we actually talked about this yesterday in a podcast recording, because we're going to have Ruxin on as a guest on Saturday for the podcast. Spoilers. We talked about like product design and stuff like that. And it was basically what I said was I love the concept of QCRs, right? I love the concept of QCRs because it gives you more chase cards in a set that take away some of the value, or they soak up some of the value of the set so that some of the regular cards can be less expensive. The only thing that I didn't like about QCRs is that I thought Starlight Rares looked cooler, right? And so now I think what's going to happen is we're getting Starlight Rares as a replacement for QCRs, which is a win-win because the system for QCRs was so good. but Starlight Rares just look even better. I love that so much. So yeah, that's cool. Next up, we have news. Speaking of deck build packs, Phantom Revengers is announced in the OCG, which is the name of the next deck build pack. Now, if the last two deck build packs are anything to go off of, this set is probably going to introduce 2 to 3 meta-relevant archetypes once again, because that's how they've been doing it. I've been sharing this theory multiple times over the last couple of months. I've been saying, like, it looks like they have been focusing on good legacy support and lore archetypes for the main sets, and they've been trying to really make those deck build packs a thing and better by bringing out archetypes that are good immediately, right? Not like Pearly or Rescue Ace or whatever that needed more support later. No, we're getting Malice, we're getting Ryzeal, we're getting Yummy, we're getting K9, we're getting Draco Tail, all archetypes that are instantly playable, right? And so that seems like what deck build packs are all about these days. So deck build pack Phantom Revengers is going to be, I think it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be confirmed in the OCG for August 23rd. So that is going to it's still a while from now. It's like, that's in 4 months for the OCG. I don't know how early they reveal the archetypes for these. I think it's still going to be a while until we see what's in here. I've seen some people, I even see some people in chat right now saying like, ooh, Phantom in the name means something, right? We're going to get Phantom Knight support or whatever. I don't know if that's true, right? Because deck build pack usually have completely new archetypes, right? That shouldn't be legacy support kind of thing, right? That should just be new archetypes to begin with, right? Like crossover breakers or such. They just don't bring any legacy support, right? So I don't think this means anything. Yeah. So, but yeah, I wanted to get that out there. We're gonna get a new deck build pack. Is it one deck build pack per year or two? It's 2 deck build packs per year, right? Because they just got Justice Hunters and Phantom Revengers is in the same year, so we're getting two deck build packs a year. What was last year? Did last year have 2 deck build packs? What was the one before Crossover Breakers? Because I can't think of one for last year. Valiant Smashers? Valiant Smashers was Centurion, right? But that was 23. That was definitely 23, because people played that at YCS Bologna already. Okay, so I guess we're getting on average 1.5 deck build packs at the moment. All right, cool. Oh yeah, it remains. Well, we're gonna keep an eye out for the reveals for this set, because it looks like deck build packs have some pretty important stuff going on. So gonna be looking at these cards as soon as they're revealed, of course. But I just wanted to get that out there. We have an announcement for another deck build pack this year. So it looks like this year is gonna have 4 core sets, 2 deck build packs, and some side sets as well that are slightly less relevant most of the time. I think like Battles of Legends coming out in like 2 months, I think, or 1.5. But yeah, okay. Next thing on the agenda for today, we're going to be taking a look, speaking of deck build packs, I suppose, OCG Metagame Report from 4 days ago. We have an update to Justice Hunters archetypes, because we have the 154 top performing decks from across 25 tournaments in Japan, China, Indonesia, Thailand, South Korea, and Vietnam. And it looks like, at least at first glance, Yummy has done its thing and has overtaken Dragontail. They are very close to each other at the moment still. We have obviously talked about some of the advantages of Dragontail in the past, because it's a more mid-rangey strategy that can get a lot of cards out of just very few plays. So it plays very well under cards like Molcharmies and Maxi and so on and so forth. Whereas Yummy is the more combo heavy deck. But it seems like it has taken a little bit of a lead over on Draco Tail, I suppose, is what we should tell them call them now. And we're gonna see why that maybe is. It's worth noting Malice still going very strong in the OCG, and this is obviously a version of Malice that is kind of similar in power to what we have in the TCG or will have after Alliance Insight, which is something we're going to talk about this week and next week a lot as well. Of course, new TCG format with Alliance Insight is going to have Malice, obviously predicted to be very strong. K9 also, I think, is a deck that's very decently represented here. It looked like in the beginning, it was definitely the worst one out of the 3 Justice Hunters archetypes, but it feels like it's much better. It's not a yugioh situation, at least, right? Like it's not as popular as Dragon Tail and Yummy, but it is good, apparently. Like we're seeing K9 and K9 Crystron as 2 very viable decks here. There's one deck that's completely missing in this breakdown, and that is, of course, Ryziel. Ryziel has apparently completely been eliminated. There's one. Singular. There is as many Ryziel decks in this breakdown from these tournaments as there are yugioh decks and Shark decks. So, yeah. Not too hot for Ryziel in the OCG right now, but we're gonna take a look at some of the things that they're doing. I think it's most noteworthy for Yummy when I'm looking at this deck list. Of course, not everyone is going to be doing the same with the deck, but I just find it noteworthy that the version of Yummy that they're playing is basically pure, right? They're basically playing pure Yummy with the support of Obedient Schooled and Piri Rise map. Other than that, it's pretty much just Yummy cards and non-engine. This might be due to cards like Maxi being legal in the OCG, so they want to play less explosive engines and more focus on non-engine as well. But the fancy stuff, basically, like Sky Striker engines and stuff like that, to go full Yummy combo, which is all the things that people get so excited about when these archetypes get announced, is not always necessarily the best way to play the decks, especially in the OCG with Maxi legal. I think sometimes sacrificing some ceiling or some non-engine space is definitely worth it, and this is what they're doing here. Dominus Perch as well, I think going second is a phenomenal card because it can also negate Maxi if your opponent has something on the board. But yeah, the cool thing about Yummy, from what I'm hearing at least, is that Yummy is a deck that actually has weaknesses in terms of board breakers. Like people are playing cards like Dino Wrestler, Pankratops, Dark Ruler No More, Raigeki, and Evenly Matched because all those cards seem pretty decent against Yummy. And I personally feel like I've said this before, but without looking into it with too much detail, I just think if a deck's weakness is Dino Wrestler, Pankratops, the deck cannot possibly be that toxic, okay? Like, there's no shot the deck is... If the best deck in the game is weak to Dino Wrestler, Pankratops, I feel like we're doing fine. All right? Like, I mean, Pankratops is a good card, but look, hey, if your deck like basically has a weakness to your opponent summoning a 2600 attacker, going battle phase, attacking one of your monsters, and then popping another card, your deck cannot possibly be that toxic. It cannot possibly be that toxic. Speaking of toxic, people are playing a Pointer of the Red Lotus in the OCG now because Yummy is weak to board breakers. We see a Pointer of the Red Lotus in side decks, which is a card that should not be legal. So it's a good thing because we in the TCG, we will not have this card. We will not have a Pointer of the Red Lotus. But yeah, this is the kind of combo deck that I would like to see in the game, to be honest. Even though Yummy is a combo deck and I'm typically not super fond of combo decks, if the combo deck has weaknesses like Pankratops, like Evenly, and so on and so forth, even Raigeki, I think that's good to hear. I think that's cool. So nothing about this makes me scared. All of this makes me like look ahead to Justice Hunters. It's looking good so far. Maybe once the deck comes out, I'll change my mind. I don't know. This sometimes happens where I have a very cool impression of a deck, but then it changes. But for now, I think all of Justice Hunters is just looking good, dude. I'm looking forward to this. Okay. Draco Tail Metagame layers can be observed from the development of Dracotail builds. At layer 0, Dracotail builds are running King of the Swamp and Poly as a supplement. The King of the Swamp package opens up Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, and it can grab polymerization when needed. At layer 1, opponents are now teching Retaliating Sea against Dracotail. Yeah, we've talked about this. Dragontail, being a very fusion-centric archetype, has weaknesses to Retaliating Sea. And so the next layer, to play around Retaliating Sea, Dracotail builds are now cutting polymerization. Monsters that provide an effect to perform a fusion summon, such as Blazing Cartesia or Performapal Odd Eyes Dissolver, are now played instead, as they do not trigger the opponent's Retaliating Sea. Ooh, that's interesting. I like that. Performapal Odd Eyes Dissolve. What is that card? Hold up. Odd Eyes Dissolver. Ah, okay, I see. I see. This is a pendulum monster with the pendulum effect of once per turn during your main phase, you can fusion summon a dragon fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field as material. So it's basically poly. It's basically poly, but only for dragons. But you cannot add it with King of the Swamp. On the other hand, it seems to have some great applications in the grind game because it's a once per turn poly, right? Like it stays, which is cool. All right. That's a neat card. Okay, the Primite package and Megistus package are also ways to play around the opponent's Retaliating Sea. The Megistus package can bring out an early Borreload Savage Dragon. Not in the TCG. Not in the TCG. No, it won't. No, it won't. Summon Omnis. But Zoroa the Megistus Victorious Verethrania before activating the Dracotail spells. Yeah. This is cool. I like this. I like these sort of metagame developments because, of course, a card like Retaliating Sea can be a very, very powerful counter if your deck is very one-dimensional and cannot really play around it. From what it sounds like, the Dragontail or Dracotail deck is going to take a while to get used to the new name. The Dracotail deck seems to have potential avenues to play around that type of card. It's not as one-dimensional as other decks out there. It apparently can change up its game plan a little bit. That's cool. I'm a big fan of the concept of this deck. From what I've seen so far, the Dracotail deck looks very cool. I'm looking for this is the deck. Even though Yummy seems fine too, I am looking forward to Dracotail the most out of Justice Hunters at this point in time, at least. And here's Malice. Of course, this is the deck that is the closest to us in the TCG right now. This deck is basically almost identical to what we're going to see in the TCG moving forward. Of course, we're going to see some exchange on tech cards, like Dormouse is going to be a 2-of for us. Of course, White Rabbit is going to be a 2-of. Underground is going to be a 2-of. There's not going to be Maxis in there. You're going to see less Crossout and Called By in the main deck because there's no Maxi. We don't have Link Decoder. But for the most part, this is basically what you're looking at as the contender for best deck in the format. Spellcart Monster Reborn. I'm sure they mentioned that, right? Spellcart Monster Reborn can also be a disruption. When the opponent activates Canine Lupus, Spellcart Monster Reborn can be chained to it to special summon it. Ah, okay, I get it. I get it. So basically, Spellcart Monster Reborn is an interesting card. Because it has basically seen no play so far. But I do think it is a decent card. It's just like, because it doesn't belong to any archetype, and usually people value other non-engine more than this type of effect. But it is a pretty interesting, I think it's a very strong upgrade over Monster Reborn, the OG card, right? Because it's basically Monster Reborn with a slight downside because the monster cannot attack or activate its effects, but it is a quick play spell card, which is a huge upgrade. So basically what they're saying is you can use it as like a pseudo Called By the Grave against some cards, because the canine, one of the canines is basically a hand trap that summons from the graveyard. So you just like you just steal it basically, and that means you cannot. It means you cannot perform the rank 5. You can also use it as an extender that works under Lancia, is what they're saying here. Like, you normal summon, they Lancia, you link it off, you activate the card, it brings it back. I mean, everything that you could also do with regular Monster Reborn. But also, here, in the Malice Mirror match, if the opponent uses Artifact Lancia on your turn, Spellcard Monster Reborn can just bring it back and tribute it on the next turn, which is kind of crazy, you know. And this is one of the constants here in these side decks. I've just been paying some attention to it. Artifact Lancia, every single side deck, of course. I think this one here had it too. Yeah, there's like all of the other cards seem to be an option, right? Everything else here seems optional because some people are doing Nibiru, some people are doing Pankratop, some people are doing Evenly. There's only one Retaliating here. You know, this one has like no Evenly, but more Pankratops, yada yada. Lancia is the one that's consistent between all of them, right? Like, this one doesn't even have Pankratops or Evenly, but Lancia is always there, right? And so, Lancia is probably going to be overall through 2025, maybe all of 2025. Lancia might be the most played side deck card, period, for the entire year. Well, yeah, in the Malice Mirror match, Spellcard Monster number 1 is a pretty good answer to it, I suppose. Yeah. Wait, SP is at 1 in the OCG? I know, right? Isn't it crazy? Isn't that just so funny to look at? Because that's also it's been such a long time. And yeah, we're gonna see the impact of the new Vanquish Soul cards soon as well. The funny part about SP Little Knight at 1 is that when it happened, like months ago, maybe even a year or more at this point, I don't remember when that happened, but it's been a while. When that happened, everyone was like, yeah, that makes no sense, but maybe it's a warning shot. Maybe they're gonna eventually ban it because it's such a good card. Nothing has happened since. Like, they just put it to 1, and it's just vibing there. It was at 2 for a while as well. You could argue it being at 1 matters in some very fringe cases. You know, I have played 2 SP Little Knights in very, very few decks. It matters very, very rarely. But it's probably one of the weirdest cards to be at 1. It's like if they just put Baron and Appaloosa to 1 almost. Like I don't know. Yeah, and then there's K9, which is still looking somewhat like we're used to it. They're now using Trickstar Light Stage with Korobane as a level 5 extender. I like that. I think that's like, Trickstar Light Stage is a very good card, I think, because it's more than just adding a Trickstar. It's also just like locking down imperms when you're going second. I think that's quite decent. So whenever a deck can play this card as an extender, I think it's good. Especially in the case where Korobane is your extender. Like, there's a huge difference between Korobane and Trickstar Lilybell, because that's like the 2 cards that you typically see when you use Light Stage as an extender. Like, for example, I've used Trickstar Light Stage in Sprites before to add Lilybell as a level 2 extender. However, that had the small problem of if you draw Lilybell, it's kind of bad. The thing with Korobane is not a bad draw per se, right? Like, you can just special summon it. So I like that a lot. I think that's a cool engine. Nobody's playing the Dominus cards. I mean, K9 apparently just can't use them because you rely on Dark and Earth together, which conflicts with Dominus. Like, Dark and Earth together just doesn't work. Malice is playing Dominus Impulse. Draco Tail cannot play Dominus cards because it has too many different attributes. And Yummy is playing Dominus Purge. So literally, the thing about the Dominus cards that you have to realize is, if a deck, for the foreseeable future, if a deck can play the Dominus cards without a problem, it's going to play the Dominus cards. That's just how it is. Like, the cards are good enough to the point where if your deck can play Dominus Purge, you're going to play Dominus Purge. If your deck can play Dominus Impulse, you're going to play Dominus Impulse. Especially Dominus Impulse is one of the best hand traps in the upcoming formats, because Dominus is one of the, like, Impulse is one of the best hand traps against Malice. For the TCG, it's even more relevant if your deck can play Dominus Impulse, because it also covers Mitsurugi fairly well. Dominus Impulse, I think, is the best non-lingering floodgate hand trap against those two decks is Dominus Impulse. Like, not considering cards like Droll Lockbird or Molcharmies, right? For those two decks. So yeah. But yeah, I do think overall, of course, we're gonna get more updates soon. The OCG is looking fine right now. I mean, you know what I mean. But Yummy, Draco Tail, and K9 all seem pretty cool to me. I like these. I think these are cool. Too many floodgates in OCG? Yeah, but that's just OCG, you know? The OCGs, they be wildin' like that sometimes, you know? They be having anti-spell Appaloosa, Appointer of the Red Lotus, and all that, you know? It's just Maxi in every deck. It is what it is, you know? I don't know. I'm past the point where I'm gonna keep bringing that up, you know? It's just, that's just, at this point, that's established, right? So, yeah. Okay. Now, we're gonna move from some OCG talk and future TCG talk to some current TCG talk, because we have a very, very big set coming out this week. Sneak previews already happened, so I'm sure a lot of you have already picked up some of the cards. And it is Tierlist time. It is Tierlist time for Alliance Inside format, and it is looking to be a set that is shaking up the meta quite significantly after the most recent ban list did a pretty good job at changing some of the things up in the game. I want to talk about what I anticipate the new set to do. Of course, this is a first impression. I have just started a couple of days/weeks ago looking into the new stuff, testing some of the stuff in anticipation of national season coming up as well. We have a YCS this upcoming weekend that I'm gonna be live for it as well, watch partying both of the days, and I'm excited to see what exactly is gonna happen. I'm gonna share my first impression of what I think the best decks are, and which kind of decks like benefit from the set and which kind of decks don't. So take it with a grain of salt, but I do think it is, I hope it's going to be helpful at least. And we're going to jump right in by establishing the baseline for the format. I'm not going to hold like Malice until the end or whatever. Like, we're going to talk about these because they're going to be very important in evaluating the other decks. So I'm going to say it right off the bat. Malice, top tier deck post Alliance Inside, and I'm gonna have a more dedicated discussion and a more dedicated video on the decks that I think are gonna be top tier in the upcoming format and maybe how to approach beating them. So look out for that in the next couple of days. But as a beginner, I think it's going to be a very combo heavy format. I think Malice is not going to be tier 0. I'll say it up front. I think the deck has counters. I think the deck has weaknesses. And I also think the deck has other competitors that will rival it in its position. I don't think it's going to be a situation where we're going to have only Malice, at least in my first impression. But I think it is very likely that Malice is just going to be considered the best deck in the format. The support from Alliance Inside solves so many problems for the deck. It's incredible. It is such strong support that this deck is getting that I just don't see a reason why this deck wouldn't be the best deck in the format, or maybe part of I'll talk about the other deck that I think has a chance to be the best deck in the format. But the new Malice main deck monster being a basically custom extender for the deck, because it is a Malice Bestial, so it gives you a Bestial access in every single one of your hands, basically. It is a Bestial that adds itself back to your hand over and over and over again, so you will never run out of your resources, because you're going to put stuff onto the field. If they remove it from the field, it's going to go into the graveyard. Then the March Hare can just rebanish the White Binder, that banishes the other things, and it all comes back. Like, it's very, very powerful in the long run. not only does it get March here, it also gets the new spell card, which is pretty good, and it also gets the Adignister support for consistency and extension as well, and more plays under Lancia. Now, Lancia is still a pretty good card against Malice, but the deck just, the support just covers so many of its weaknesses. So Malice is going to be one of the like main points of the upcoming format, like whether your deck does well into Malice or not is going to be a huge deciding factor. The other deck that is a little bit more of a question mark in my head, but the more I've started looking into it, and I do think that Mitsurugi is good enough and maybe the only deck that rivals Malice in the absolute best deck category, maybe. So this is a little bit of a maybe. Take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, because Mitsurugi is a deck that I've only played around with for a couple of days. Like I have sat down, I've tried to tinker some lists, and I've done some testing. The deck seems very strong. The deck seems very strong to me, and I think in terms of combo decks, I think they both have relatively similar weaknesses. Like Malice has a silver bullet in Artifact Lancia. Mitsurugi has a huge silver bullet with Droll and Lockbird. Here's the thing though. Mitsurugi hugely benefits from the fact that Droll and Lockbird is kind of bad against Malice. Like, you could argue that Droll and Lockbird is sometimes okay against Malice because like they play the new backup Adignister and that adds a card, and then if you droll them, at least they can't add with Red Ransom, and at least they can't draw with Jessie Cat. But for the most part, if you Droll and Lockbird Malice, they still combo on you. They probably still win. You need Droll alongside multiple other hand traps for it to feel good. And what that's going to mean is that you're going to have to make a decision going into next format. Will you main deck Droll and Lockbird to cover for Mitsurugi? Or will you not main deck Droll and Lockbird to respect Malice more? Because there's other hand traps that are better against Malice. So that, I think, is something that remains to be seen. If Malice dominates the top cut for YCS Providence, for example, then I think people are not going to play as much Droll and Lockbird. Like I've seen a decent amount of deck lists for the new format already. I've seen people testing, and not everyone is maining Droll because like they're not sure how many Mitsurugis there are going to be. The only thing that everyone knows for sure is that there's going to be a lot of Malice. So the thing is, Droll and Lockbird is still going to be in everyone's side deck because Mitsurugi is definitely expected at this point. People know that these cards are good. But yeah, I think both of these decks are incredibly strong going first. I think Mitsurugi is incredibly hard to stop with every hand trap that isn't Droll. The deck is not particularly weak to Huva, Purulia, or Meowls. The deck is not particularly weak to Imperm Veiler. Ash Blossom is, I think, okay against it if you hit the Saji to try and stop them from getting the ritual spell, but they have a lot of other ways to get to it. The next best hand trap, but not every deck can play it, I think is Dominus Impulse against both of these decks. But like, yeah. Here's another thing. Both Malice and Mitsurugi can play Dominus Impulse themselves, which I think makes them even better into each other and makes them, I think, that just pushes them even further above the rest, I think, is that they're also able to play one of the best hand traps in the format. Of course, when it comes to Mitsurugi, I should say I'm kind of treating Mitsurugi Ryzeal and Mitsurugi Pure as the same deck now, because I think both of those decks are going to be rather similar. It's just, do you play a small Ryzeal package as a sort of like starter with like one Bonfire, 2x, and some of the other, like maybe one Sword, one Ice or whatever? That's a possibility. But I think for the most part, I think it's very close to the same deck. It's just that Pure Mitsurugi can play Dominus Impulse better and has some more room for either more engine or non-engine. But I think it's like they're very comparable. Yeah. So I think that's the baseline for the format. I think the baseline for the format is these two decks, which I would definitely classify them as very combo-heavy decks. Both of these decks rely on a lot of one-card combos to resolve. They have strong extenders in case the one-card starters get hit in some sort of way. And they make boards that are very, very hard to break if you let them fully play. Like both of these decks, yeah, in a very traditional sense, they are both very strong combo decks. And so this is going to be what it's like, I think, for this upcoming format. Very, very strong combo decks that are dominating, so we're going to evaluate some of these decks based on that. There is competition for these two decks, but let's go one by one. Now, I think these are just sorted arbitrarily. We're just going to go through one by one. Argo Stars, even with a new wave of support in Alliance Insight, this deck does not feel complete yet at all. I've taken a little bit of a look at it because I really like the concept, but I personally do not like this deck until it gets even further support. There is a new support card announced at some point, but for now, I think this deck is in a pretty bad spot. Blue Eyes, on the other hand, I think is one of the stronger contenders when it comes to mid-range. This deck has a strong enough end board to not be overrun by these two decks, and it has enough room for non-engine to beat these two. I think the problem with Blue Eyes, the problem why it's probably going to be towards the bottom of this category, if it's not even just the top of this category, but I think it goes here. The problem with this deck, and the problem with mid-range decks in general, like we're going to talk about others like Centurion, Odeon, Live Twin, and so on and so forth. All of these decks, all of the decks that rely on being carried by certain non-engine, basically the hand trap decks, right? Like Fiendsmith, Control, or whatever. The problem is that against Malice and Mitsurugi, I feel like you are trading very unfavorably with cards like Imperm Veiler, etc., right? Like all of those cards, they trade rather unfavorably into them. So far, my impression was that most of the decks have been trying to just, going second, use Molcharmies against those decks to just try stopping them from going too crazy. The problem with Molcharmies is that both Malice and Mitsurugi under Molcharmies will still do something, right? They will not just pass on nothing. They will make their half boards. And so the main thing we're going to evaluate these mid-range decks by is how well do they play into those sort of half boards. And Blue Eyes, I think, is okay at it, but not super good. So Blue Eyes definitely relies on using some hand traps to stop the decks from reaching their full potential, because it's never beating the full board. And then you got to be a little lucky to not draw your bricks, because if you draw one or two Blue Eyes bricks, then you're not going to beat the half boards either. But Blue Eyes is still very strong going first, and at least has room for non-engine when he goes second. So I think it's all right. Centurion is definitely Rogue towards the bottom of Rogue, because Centurion, like, you are so unlikely to be able to beat any half board with Centurion in this upcoming format. Cannot play any of the Dominus cards. And if your opponent ends on even the slightest thing that resembles an end board, Centurion will not be able to play through it, and it has bricks. So I don't love the position of Centurion. Chimera is, in my opinion, a deck that in theory is decently well positioned in this format. I think Chimera is solid for the following reason. I really like decks that fulfill the following criteria. Can play Molcharmies, and can break boards that are made under Molcharmies, right? Like when I Fuvalos my Malice opponent and they end on like the Malice combo, or let's say I Perulia my Malice opponent, and that's why they don't go for like the full backup Ignister combo with like Code Talker and stuff. They just end on some other more balanced board, basically, because I have Charmied them, right? I think Chimera can play very well into those sort of boards. The other quality that I really like about this is that it can make use of the Charmies if you draw them when they're dead, basically, right? When you're maybe you main deck them and you draw them when going first. Chimera can make use of them because you can discard them for Nightmare Apprentice. You can use them for as fusion material. When you're going second, and let's say you draw a Charmy for turn, same thing, you can discard them. So I think that is a pretty solid spot to be in. The reason why I don't think it's stronger than this is because at the core, it is still somewhat of a combo deck, and I think other decks do it better, as well as the deck is not super favorable into some of the cards that people play, like Droll and Lockbird is going to hit the deck decently hard. Dominus Impulse is pretty good against it as well. I think Charmies are okay for it. You don't appreciate any of them, but you can kind of play under all of the Charmies, so I think that's more like a neutral on it. I don't think it's super weak, but it's also not strong into them. So that's why I think this is the type of deck that I would throw right in the middle, right? Like I think that's just, it's a solid deck. If you want to play it, I think it's all right. Dragon Rulers are in here for my personal bit of copium. I just wanted to talk about them for a second. They are not going to end up in a very strong spot, but Dragon Rulers are getting new support in Alliance Insight. That is technically really cool. I've had some ideas on how to mess around with them. Just throwing an idea out there that I would like to see people experiment with. I don't think it is going to be top tier, but my initial thought with Dragon Rulers was I was trying to make a list work that had Primite cards in it for a couple of reasons, because I think Dragon Rulers are a pretty good grind engine, and Primite really helps with that. And you don't need your normal summon in Dragon Rulers, so you can just banish a Redox to search your Ether Barrel basically every time. It's going to be very consistent to have access to it. I thought that was cool. And when you draw a normal monster in Dragon Rulers, it typically doesn't matter, because you can just discard it for like the baby dragons and whatnot. So it's okay. That being said, there could not possibly be a worse timing for Dragon Rulers to release support, because everyone is going to be side decking Lancia. Just in case you were wondering, that card is still good against Malice, even though they have some ways to play around it now. But everyone's going to be playing Lancia because of Malice. Everyone's going to be at least side decking Droll because of Mitsu, which Dragon Rulers also struggle against. They do not do particularly well into the Mo Charmies either. Well, Perulia is fine, but like the Meowls or Huva especially is going to be a pain to deal with. So as much as I hate to do this, I love these new cards with a little bit of a different timing. Maybe I would put them into Rogue or something to experiment with. I think it's going to be a very fun deck. I don't think they're in a good spot right now. I think it's just like, I think it's such a bad spot to be in with Dragon Rulers. If everyone is on Lancia Droll and so on and so forth. I don't know. Maybe in a different format. Maybe a couple months from now when these decks are hit eventually, there's a world. But right now, not now, even though the cards are really cool. So I wanted to bring it up. But yeah. Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith here stands for a variety of different mid-range control decks. Of course, Fiendsmith control has been a thing for a while now, whether it's Fiendsmith Kashtira, Fiendsmith Bestial, Fiendsmith Primite. All those decks are, I think, in very similar spots, which is why I'm grouping them together under Just Engraver. I think it's funny because with the latest ban list, myself included, everyone was like, where are the Fiendsmith hits? Why is Fiendsmith not on here? And I think this format, the more I think about it, the more I feel like they didn't need to hit Fiendsmith, because none of the top tier decks are really going to abuse Fiendsmith like crazy. I mean, you're going to see a Fiendsmith engine here and there, but the pure Fiendsmith deck is just absolutely like only okay. I'm between this and this right now. Like, Fiendsmith control, I think, is going to heavily depend on trading favorably with non-engine, right? Like, Fiendsmith control was really good in Snake Eye format because Snake Eye was a deck that was somewhat weak to hand traps as long as you had enough of them. And I don't know if the same thing is true for Malice and Mitsurugi. Like, if you open Imperm Veiler against Mitsurugi, for example, like Imperm Veiler was a hand that like Snake Eyes would almost never play through, right? Or Imperm Bestial or something like that, right? Or Imperm Veiler Bestial, whatever kind of combination of not Charmies, right? Typically pretty solid. But against Mitsurugi and Malice, it's like, dude, if your opponent has the one or two cards to combine that combine well, they're not going to feel like they do anything, right? Like, Mitsurugi, if you don't have Ash Blossom and they just open, let's say, Ritual Spell plus Ritual Monster, what are you going to do? Like, you're just throwing all these cards out of the window, right? Like, the Ritual Monster is there. You want to imperm something, you have to discard another card from your hand. Like, you're just not going to trade favorably. It's not going to work. And this is the problem with this deck, is that the fair quote-unquote hand traps don't seem that good into this combo-heavy format, which is also why I think it is going to be a combo-heavy format, because Malice and Mitsu are not weak to those cards. Like, all the Ashes, Imperms, Veilers are only very limited in quality against those decks. And a lot of them, like the hand traps that are good against the decks, are only good against one of the decks. Like, You can't just go and main deck Duel, for example, because it's not that good against Malice, and you also don't want to main deck something like Lancia because it sucks against everything else. So it's difficult to target these decks when you're going in blind into game 1, right? So I don't see huge potential in Fiendsmith Control right now. Even though the concept of the deck is still good, I think it's going to be a little bit too weird, because at that point, you're basically going to have to like start playing Charmies in the main deck, right? People are already playing, people are playing a mad amount of Charmies. Like I've seen people main deck 6 Charmies almost every time. All of the lists that I'm seeing are like 6 Charmies at least. And some people are even going the full distance and play like Meowls in the main deck, because Meowls is actually like solid against most decks at least, but it's very good against Malice. And like, this is the type of level that we reach in desperation when it comes to dealing with these combo decks, right? And so the problem with Fiendsmith Control is it cannot do that. It cannot do that because you don't want to, like, unless you want to blind second. Because if you're going first with Fiendsmith Control and you're like, let me make a Caesar, and then your hand is 3 Charmies that are all dead because you went first, every deck is just gonna run you over, right? And so this is not gonna be a good concept. Yeah. So mid-range, unfortunately, is in a relatively rough spot for that reason, unless something very unexpected happens in this upcoming format. And these decks somehow don't turn out to be as good as I'm thinking. But from what at least the first impression, these 2 decks are above the rest, for sure. Fire King. Fire King has one advantage over other mid-range decks. And that is a pretty significant one. We've also talked about it already. Fire King can play Dominus Impulse. And that, I think, is important. When you're talking mid-range decks with a lot of hand traps, I think one of the more important qualities is Dominus Impulse. Because that is one of the few hand traps that will actually help you if you draw it like in combination of 1 or 2 hand traps only. Still, if you're not Thinkabui, I think this deck is still just down here. I think it struggles with consistency a little bit too much to be a strong contender, but it is okay. Yeah, I think it's a solid deck still. I don't think it's going to be my preferred option, but I think with Dominus Impulse, it has an okay chance going second. And the engine is still the engine is powerful going first against Malice, because just repeatedly destroying their board is very good against Malice. Like Malice is weak to removal, and Fire King has a lot of removal. Mitsurugi, on the other hand, I think might be a little bit tougher. But against Mitsurugi, the cool thing is that Mitsurugi cannot clear your board, right? Because Mitsurugi's main way of clearing boards is also by destroying it, and Fire King does not care. So I think in that way, Fire King is fine. If it just had like one more starter, I think that'd be... If this deck was a little bit more consistent, I'd be putting it up here. Because it's also... There's one advantage for Fire King is that like it doesn't care about a lot of the side deck that people are using. You know, no Lancia you don't care about and so on. But you do care about Droll. The deck definitely suffers against Droll. Like if you start Ponix at Sanctuary and your opponent Drolls, like that's a problem, you know. So, Man, I think is in a weird position right now because the deck is still fine, but I don't love it in this environment because it is mostly considered a mid-range hand trap deck, and I don't want to iterate over it too much. I think that is kind of awkward right now. The board it makes is fine. It is pretty good into the hand traps that people are playing, so it still goes in solid. It is like miles above Centurion in that sense. It is not good enough going second in general. It cannot break the boards that decks are making, so it's very reliant on drawing the right hand traps. And it has a fair share of trap cards in the deck that will not help you a lot when you're going second. It's not a bad deck at all. It's still... Me putting this in solid right now is still way more than I anticipated before those cards came out. They definitely have surprised me in a positive way. And solid by no means... Like, it's not a bad evaluation, right? Like, all of these decks... Solid category, basically, the way I'm going about it is like... I think the main thing you're primarily going to see these decks do is like, I think they can all consistently top like regional level events, and maybe if they're lucky, top YCSs as well. The rogue decks are going to be like less popular in regional top cuts, but you could definitely still do it. But I wouldn't expect them to make it into top cut at YCSs. Whereas like these decks, I wouldn't be shocked if we saw someone pilot it to a top cut finish at YCSs. Yeah. Memento. Combo format is a good environment for Memento. I think Memento is in a good spot right now. It might even be up there with Malice and Mitsurugi. I'm a little bit hesitant to put it there, but I do like Memento. Because the deck, I think, covers pretty well for some of the things that people are doing to cover for Malice and Mitsurugi, right? Memento is not particularly weak into Molcharmi Fuvalos. Molcharmi Perulia actually can be more annoying for Memento sometimes, but even that, there's lines through it. But Droll and Lockbird is okay against Memento, but the deck can play through it. All Lancea, obviously, you don't care about. So I think Memento is decently well positioned into this upcoming metagame. I'm a pretty big fan of this deck. I think it is a strong combo deck that can, if you Molcharmi, it's one of the scariest decks to get Molcharmied by, right? Because if you get Molcharmied by Memento and you give him like, let's say you give him 2 cards and you make a half board, Memento most of the time just kills you. Like no questions asked. It's gonna be like just kill you over half boards. It's very good at doing that. The reason why I think Memento is also solid is because Memento sometimes struggles with the fair hand traps, right? Like with Ash, Valor, Imperm. It has answers, but it is basically a at this point when your opponent has Imperm, you just have to hope you have one of the click play spells to play through it. And if you don't, then you have very little agency about being able to play through Imperm Valor or something. So if people play less copies of, let's say, Effect Valor moving forward, that is a very good thing for Memento, because you don't have to play the gamble of, do I have a quick play spell to extend? You can just learn the best combo lines under Fuvalos, Meowls, and Perulia, while also learning how to respect Nibiru. And I think at that point, you're probably very fine with Memento. So that's why I like this deck moving forward. Ritual Beast, I think, has been slowly degrading into a rogue category where right now I just think playing, you have to be a special kind of into taking all the challenges if you're playing Ritual Beast right now. Like deck is terrible into every single Molcharmi because you summon 1,000 times from everywhere. So any kind of Molcharmi you get thrown at, like it's gonna suck. Lancea is good against you. Droll is okay against you. Nibiru is good against it. Like every single card that people are playing in combo heavy formats is going to be good against your deck. Like, this is it's a strong deck, but it's not. It's in a very very bad spot right now. I think I would not recommend playing Ritual Beast, even though it is a cool and I know it's a fun deck, but nah, not right now. Regenesis is a new archetype from Alliance Insight that I wanted to bring up because I think the cards are pretty good. Now, for context, because I know not everyone is familiar with it, Regenesis is an archetype that is very reliant on 2,500 attack and defense monsters that all special summon themselves if you have other 2,500 attack monsters. And they basically incentivize you to not summon from the extra deck a whole lot because all of the monsters have very solid on-field effects, so you want to keep them around on your opponent's turn. And they have very good grind game because you send them to the graveyard to activate their effects on the opponent's turn, and then in the end phase, you get them back to your hand, and then you can resummon them next turn, and so on and so forth. Very grindy engine, while still being decently explosive, and also has a super strong, grind game and follow-up. The thing is that this deck, this concept is just not very good right now, unfortunately. Similar to what I said about Fiendsmith control, like solid concept, but not against combo decks. Because the problem is, if you're going first and your board is not broken enough, then these two decks are just going to run you over. You're not going to be able to enjoy the benefits of a good grind game and adding back all your stuff in your opponent's end phase if your opponent just beats you immediately, because you're not going to have an end phase, right? Like if your board is not strong enough against Malice, Mitsu, Memento, and some of the other combo decks we're going to mention, you're not going to have an end phase to add your cards back, right? And I think the most relevant version of this deck is Regenesis Kashtira, which I think going first, if you have access to the Kashtira engine as well, may be strong enough. Going second is going to struggle because I don't think it's particularly good at breaking boards. I think it's worth messing around with, which is why I wanted to bring it up. And I think it is still a solid concept, but I don't think it's going to be top tier because of the environment that we're in of heavy combo decks. So yeah, Regenesis worth trying out, but I think it's just going to end up a solid choice, nothing too crazy. Snake Eyes. I was actually surprised to put in Snake Eyes into this tier list, to be honest, because I was also surprised by the deck even being played and performing in recent tournaments. Like I think it was the French Open where we saw Snake Eyes in the feature match for the last round, so basically the finals. And they lost there, but it did end up being a pretty solid finisher at that regional as well. And I think also people topped in the Mexican YCS with Snake Eyes. Now, the concept of the deck is basically just good engines deck, right? You play Snake Eye cards, you play Fiendsmith cards, you play Kashtira cards, you just spam a bunch of bodies, and then you pair it with some hand traps, which can work in the upcoming format. I think it's not the best concept into certain Charmies or into Droll Lockbird, so I don't think it's the best combo deck out there, but I don't hate the idea, to be honest. I don't hate it. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think it's scary to go up against, but I also think there's like decent answers to it, so it's all right. It's all right. Another up-and-coming deck in Alliance Insight, Life Twin, gets new support. And but when I say Life Twin, I mean Life Twin Fiendsmith, because the new Life Twin support is all about Fiendsmith synergy, because the new Life Twin, Link 1 is a Light Fiend. So if you open a Life Twin combo starter, you're going to be getting access to your Life Twin combo and your Fiendsmith combo. I have looked into this deck because if you think about it, this deck screams Josh deck, right? Like grindy Fiendsmith deck that has some Life Twin combos on top to draw some cards, has a lot of room for non-engine. It just screamed like the kind of deck that I wanted to look into. My experience with it, unfortunately, was exactly what I was saying earlier, is that going second into the combo decks, it is just rough to be a mid-range deck that relies on hand traps, as well as there's just some unfortunate circumstances for this deck. The first thing is the deck is not good into Charmies. Molcharmy Perulia is fine, but Molcharmy Fuvalos is a nightmare to deal with. Even Molcharmy Meowls is pretty good against it. And both of those are going to be very popular. So I did not like that. I did not enjoy that. The other part that I found was I was actually struggling with consistency, which is a funny thing to think about because Life Twins have so many starters potentially that you're like, how can this deck struggle with consistency? Well, what I found is that the more consistent you go with this deck, the less non-engine you have. And all of a sudden, if you want the deck to be hyper consistent, you want to have like enough Life Twins to the point where you draw a Life Twin basically every single hand. You have to play like 12 to 15 starters, which you can do, but then all of a sudden, it's just the ratios are the same as the Malice deck, for example, right? Like you're playing like 12 or 15 Life Twins and some Fiendsmith cards, so you have room for like, 18 non-engine or 20 or whatever. Malice has that too. But Malice just has maybe the more broken engine, and it has the better extenders as well. Like, there's Life Twin extenders, but for the most part, it's not the same level as like Bestial Marcher basically. I mean, it's not really Abyssal, but you know what I mean. And you also can't play Impulse. You can't play Impulse because your deck's light. And you also can't play Purge because you play Darks in the Life Twins as well. So I like the concept of the deck. Once again, this is the thing, right? I like the concept of Life Twin. I like the concept of Fiendsmith control. I like the concept of Regenesis control. It's just not the time for it, I feel like. Like, this is the kind of deck where if the environment was a little bit different, it'd be great. But right now, I don't love it. I just don't think they are in a very good spot right now. I think what separates Blue Eyes as like the better mid-range deck here in this particular instance is that Blue Eyes is like better into Charmies as opposed to like Fiendsmith variations. Next up, we've got Water. I think Water is up there as a strong combo deck because Water is, once again, it checks a lot of the boxes that I was talking about earlier. Water is one of the most terrifying decks to go first against if they Charmy you, because Mermail has the best means of breaking boards. It might be the best one out of these decks at breaking boards. Like if you Charmy and your opponent makes a half board, I think Mermail is one of the best decks to play into that because yeah, it just has the best board breaking capabilities out of those decks, I think. I think this deck is the weakest one, and that's a funny thing to say about Mermail, but I think it's the weakest one out of these combo decks going first, which I think is a problem in this upcoming format a little bit, because these are all decks, like when everyone else is playing Malice, Mitsu, Memento, and stuff, you got to make sure your decks going first, your boards going first are strong enough, especially if your non-engine is mostly Charmies. So Mermail does not always guarantee this because if you don't have a starter, it just doesn't play at all. And I think that can be dangerous. The deck is like on the verge of inconsistent. It's like barely consistent enough. So that's why it's not about like if the deck plays, it wins. That's fine. But it's like if there's more hands in this deck that just don't play, I think. But yeah. Just make a go second version. On the one hand, I agree with you. I think Mermail going second is something that you could look into. I've said it before. I don't know if that's what you want to do if you're in a format where the other decks are Malice, Mitsurugi, and Memento. You know, like, do you want to blind second in this environment, dude? I don't know, man. I really don't know if that's the vibe I want to do. Like, maybe it works, but I don't know. This format is just horrible. The thing is, like, I've not been calling it that because I do think that is subjective. I think I personally don't love combo formats, and that's why I personally would tend to agree. I'm not super looking forward to it, but I do think it's fair enough. Like, there's some people that enjoy combo formats as well, and there is important, like, there's still going to be skill in this format, and there's still going to be very important decision making in deck building and stuff like that. The way I see it, I think in combo formats, the most important part happens in deck building, deck construction, and deck choice. Those are the more important factors in combo heavy formats, because some of the games are going to be unwinnable if your opponent full combos or has the right or wrong hand traps and so on and so forth. I think those are the type of things that, like, you could on the one hand just complain about it and be like, yeah, I hate combo formats, this format is ass. On the other hand, you could also be looking for the issues in other spots. Maybe it's like deck choice, deck construction, and so on and so forth, right? And so I'm trying to stay positive for now, even though I'm not the biggest fan of combo formats in general, but I'm trying to find ways to maybe live with it for this format and try and find like the best combo decks and maybe find the answers if there are any. So I think it's too soon to just call it a day and be like, yep, combo format, it's terrible. I think there's some room for like making meta calls and making good decisions in deck building and so on and so forth, right? And so I think it's all right. Yubel. I think Yubel is a solid combo deck. I'm going to throw it towards the bottom of solid. I think it's still decent. I think the big weakness for this deck is Molcharmi Fubalos. Other than that, I think it plays pretty fine into most of the common hand traps. So going first, it should be okay. I think Yubel has one of the weakest board breaking capabilities out of the combo decks, though. So that's why it goes in here. That's why I think it is significantly weaker than all of the other combo decks we've talked about so far. Is because if your opponent makes somewhat of a board, Yubel is basically never breaking it. And going first, if your opponent has Fuva, it also has basically no plan B, right? Like with Malice, if you get Fuva'd, there's still combos you can go for, right? You can still do like semi-competent setups. They are not your full combo, but you're still going to end on like, you know, maybe like 1 or 2 banishes, and you can set up the new Malice quick play spell sometimes as well, even under Lancia. So like there's still boards you can make. With Yubel, your board under Fuva is Phantom Pass, basically, and that's horrible. So yeah, it's still a scary deck to go up against, especially when they go first, but I don't think it's super well positioned compared to other options. Branded is Rogue, I think, because Branded suffers from not having enough non-engine, and this is not the format where you can break boards with just like a Super Poly. Even though I want to say this, I think Super Poly is a powerful card in the upcoming format. The problem is that even if you can Super Poly against Malice almost every time if they full combo, the problem is that Malice has their interruptions so layered and so spread out throughout. Like they have stuff in the spell trap zone. They have powerful monsters on the field. They have hand traps because they play a lot of non-engine. They have March here in hand to banish stuff from their graveyard to come back. So it's like really difficult to just board break Malice, as well as both top tier decks in the format are going to be playing Dominus Impulse, and a lot of other decks are going to be trying to play Dominus Impulse because Dominus Impulse is very good against the top tier decks. Dominus Impulse also messes up Branded, so I don't love Branded right now. I don't think it's in a very good spot. Crystron is a deck that I think looks pretty strong in theory. I think it is between top of solid and here. I have not personally messed around with it too much to say exactly where it is, but I do think Crystron is looking strong. It makes strong end boards. It has some weaknesses with some of the common hand traps, like Lancia. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Lancia is pretty good against Crystron. So that makes me like kind of hesitant to throw it up here, but it looks solid, I think. I like it. It makes good enough boards, I think, to win against the top tier decks in the format. It has decent non-engine slots and so on and so forth. I think it checks a lot of the boxes, just not all of the boxes, but looks pretty strong. Goatee, I put it in here because they technically get some support in Alliance Insight, and I think that was worth mentioning, but I still don't have enough hope into Goatee, unfortunately, because Lancia is still a thing. And the deck, like, the problem with Goatee is basically, I feel like, even if you get past the point of setting up, right? Like, you are able to set up with Goatee, which is already, like, I feel like the biggest challenge. The deck just feels rather slow, right? The deck feels rather slow because you banish all of your things and then they come up on the next turn. So when you're going second, it's basically like you're trying to play into the board, but all your stuff is only going to matter on turn 3, which is a little awkward, I think. Also, banishing is just not the greatest form of disruption against Malice. So, yeah, I don't know. The support is decent. Maybe at some point in the future. I think right now is not a good time to play Goatee. Labyrinth. Labyrinth, I think there is one viable version of the deck, and that is Furniture Labyrinth right now, because that deck plays hand traps, and you're gonna need hand traps. And it also plays Dominus Impulse, and that is why I think it is okay. Somewhere in solid is where I would go with it. Somewhere just right down the middle. I think the deck is okay. I think being able to play some Charmies and discarding them with Furniture is good. I think being able to play Impulse is very good, and the deck also has some neat synergies with Nibiru, which I think Nibiru is like pretty good against Malice if you compare it with other hand traps. Not great against Mitsu most of the time, but Labyrinth is okay. The more I'm talking about it, maybe it's about here. Yeah. Impulse is good against it though. Yeah, it's not perfect, definitely. That's why I'm not like, if the deck was if there was no Impulse in the format, the deck would probably be up here. But the way it is, I think, is right here. Okay, Ryzeal. When I say Ryzeal, I say mostly pure Ryzeal. I think there's also a way to play some potentially Fiendsmith Ryzeal, but they're kind of similar. I personally have a hard time evaluating this one because on the one hand, it sounds like Ryzeal checks a decent amount of boxes. Ryzeal is, with the new Star Ryzeal card, I think Ryzeal going first is pretty strong. It's very hard to hand trap Ryzeal to the point where they don't make Detonator. And even though Detonator is at 1, I think Detonator is still very powerful, at least against Malice. Against Mitsurugi, I don't know how strong your interruptions really are, but it's definitely okay. The deck also gets to play a lot of non-engine, and it also gets to play as many Charmies as you want, because the Charmies are not that big of a deal in Ryzeal, because you can normal summon them as level 4 monsters sometimes. Also, you can put them back into your deck with 7th Tachyon, because that's a card that you definitely play in pure Ryzeal. The deck gets new support in Alliance Insight. Star Ryzeal is a good card. Makes your end boards basically, especially against Malice, like an end board of Ryzeal, Cross, Detonator, and the Trap card is really good because it's removal based, and removal is very good against Malice. So I like it in that spot. You can play with the new Heraldic cards as well. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that, but I personally think pure Ryzeal is a little bit better than people are giving it credit for at the moment. I personally think I would play this deck before I would play Blue Eyes, honestly. I think the deck is not that powerful, but I think if I was choosing a hand trap deck, I think I'm going Ryzeal over Blue Eyes, personally. It might be personal preference. But Droll and Lockbird is like a huge problem. I think Droll and Lockbird is a big problem for the 7th Ascension build. But other than that, I think it plays fairly well into the other stuff. Like Perulia, you're going to give it 2 draws and still end on, like, most of the time, Detonator plus either Field Spell or Plasma Hole. Same thing against Fuva. I think it's okay. I don't know. I actually don't hate Ryzeal as much in theory. I haven't tested it much though, but I think Ryzeal sounds fine. Tenpai. Tenpai you can play one of 2 ways, I suppose. You can play the Fiendsmith Tenpai Bestial deck, which is basically classified as a Fiendsmith control deck, so that's what I meant earlier. Pure, like, Tenpai, Blind Second, whatever, I think is a rogue deck. Of course, you can still catch people off guard by blinding second and throwing a bunch of more Charmies at them. Tenpai is technically one of the better decks to do that with, right? Just blind second and play like 9 Charmies is something you could do. Even then, though, I am not sure how happy I am about blinding second in a format with these decks right here, right? Like, I mean, of course, you can kind of like build your deck in the best way possible for going second with Tenpai, but I don't know. Like, maybe actually, you know what? With 9 Charmies, would I rather enter a tournament with Bell or with Tenpai that had 9 Charmies? I think I would rather play the Tenpai, to be fair. I think I gotta restructure this a little bit. Like this, maybe. If I had to order these in the yeah. 9 Charmies with Gordian Slicer. Yeah, maybe it's better than I'm giving it credit for. The problem is people are gonna send you first post side, but if you can win game 1 consistently, it'd be okay. Yeah, all right. White Forest. White Forest is a deck that I think is very it's very curious to look at White Forest, I feel like, because when I read those cards, when I read the White Forest cards, I definitely anticipated the deck to be very strong. The problem with White Forest is that it just basically has a combination of smaller issues that all end up making it, like, as a whole, weaker than the other combo decks, I think. Because White Forest randomly has more engine requirements than, for example, Malice and Mitsurugi have, right? So, like, you have a bunch of random one-off spell cards or monsters that you're playing that don't start your combos, but are kind of necessary to make your endboards good enough. The second thing is it is not the best at breaking boards, especially if your opponent has a decent amount of removal incorporated with the board. And the deck is pretty weak to Droll Lockbird as well. The deck is, I think, decent into Molcharmies because of all these spell and traps that White Forest has. Like, if you're getting Fuvalos, you can just try and set up as many of those as possible with very little, like, extra deck summons. So I think the Molcharmies are okay against it, but not the end of the world. I think basically, if I had to order these just by I think Malice and Mitsu are definitely very strong combo decks. I think Memento and Mermail are chasing them for the top spot and maybe competing with it. And then I think White Forest is like the next one in line, which makes it a solid deck still. It's a very strong combo deck, but it just happens to be that this format just has better combo decks, I think. But I don't think it's bad at all. So, yeah. This is my first impression of the format right now. I think it's a very, very combo dominated format. As you can tell, basically the first 4 decks in this tier list are almost all in combo decks with a lot of 1-card combos and stuff like that. And then mid-range is in a dire spot right now, at least from what I'm anticipating. Now, of course, there is a world where you can find a mid-range deck that can just play an absurd amount of hand traps, because at the point where you throw the 4th hand trap at Malice, like, yeah, at some point they're just going to pass the turn, right? The problem with that is which kind of deck can afford to throw 4 hand traps at Malice and then still deal with their whatever's left of their end board or whatever is left of their hand traps, because all of the Mitsurugi, Malice, and stuff, they have room for like 15 or 18 hand traps as well, right? So, like, if you hand trap them to death and they have a Dominus Impulse in hand, which deck really deals with that? Which deck really beats their opener plus Imperm or whatever? Because you gotta trade like 3 or 4 hand traps against like 2 or 3 starters. Like, you're trading down on that. So you got to play an engine yourself that trades up into their hand traps, which is not easy. Also, the follow-up for Malice is also crazy, right? Like, if you throw 3 hand traps at Malice or something, and they end up with some of their materials in the graveyard, if they have 1 March here the next turn, you're still dead, right? So it's difficult. Yeah, that's my first impression. Pure Mitsu, yeah, Pure Mitsu could be considered a little bit more mid-range, I suppose, than Mitsu Raziel. Yeah, I don't know what's going to be the more popular version though, but yeah. This is my impression of the format right now. Once again, the set isn't released yet, or when you're watching this on YouTube, it may have just been released, and YCS Providence is happening this upcoming weekend, so we're going to see if I'm right or not. Definitely looking to be a very combo heavy format. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Thank you for watching so much, and make sure to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. We wish you a wonderful rest of your day, and see you guys next time. Bye bye. Life Twin is rogue. No, Life Twin is not rogue. Will they stream the YCS? Well, I hope so, because I plan on being here and watching it over the course of the weekend. So yeah. What Drake? Thank you for the 25 months. How can I play Dragon Ruler and make it not be terrible? I mean, I did put it in bad spot. I don't think the deck is terrible. I mean, I guess it depends what you're trying to achieve with it. Like, if you're telling me you're trying to top a YCS with it, I would say that's probably not reasonable or realistic. I think if you are trying to, like, win a locals with it, you absolutely can. Like I said, I don't have a list for you because I haven't messed around with it enough to that point. But in my head, I was thinking, play Dragon Rulers, play a small Primite package, so that you can banish Redox and add Ether Barrel. So your end board always has Drill Beam, even if you get, let's say you get Huvad or whatever, you can still do that. Yeah, that's where I was at with my considerations. And then maybe play Charmies in the main deck, because all of the Charmies have Dragon Ruler attributes, right? So you can, if you go first, you can still make use of the Charmies. Like, you can discard them for dragons and then banish them. But if you're going second, it's like that. So maybe you play Primite Dragon Ruler with 9 Charmies in case you go second. But then is your board good enough when you're going first? If you play 9 Charmies? Maybe you'd have to play like something that locks your opponent, but that's cringe, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe that's the only way to win with Dragon Rulers, consistently going first. If you play, because you can lock people with basically anything with Dragon Rulers, right? Because the new light Xyz is like Foolish and Reborn at the same time. So you play like one Floodgate monster that you can Foolish and summon. I've seen people play a Morphage Sloth. I've seen people play Christia. The thing with Christia is it's basically a brick because it's a light monster, so you can't really get it out of your hand with the baby dragons or big dragons as well. So like if it's a Morphage Sloth, that's an Earth Dragon, right? That you could theoretically also just search, right? If you have a normal summon and you don't want to summon Ether Barrel, you could like search Sloth and tribute summon it. I don't know. Spectre can discard. Yeah, Spectre can discard it, but you don't always have Spectre, right? So I don't know. That might be your best bet, right? That might be your best bet. And then the deck is gonna have great follow-up because you make a board, and even if your opponent can somewhat break it, you're gonna have all the Dragon Rulers in the graveyard that can come back and stuff like that. So yeah. Just send Koakimiru Draco. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be good enough against most decks. But if you're playing against Mermail or Memento, Koakimiru Draco is not gonna be it, right? That, yeah. Saturn, thank you for the 28 months. Also, Arcanum Dragon, thank you for the 20. Yeah, Dragon Ruler ending up as a Floodgate deck is definitely the worst possible timeline, but it is probably where we're at in this combo heavy format. Oh yeah. I think the bigger problem with Dragon Ruler is not the win condition or the grind game or anything like that. I think the problem with Dragon Rulers is just that it's weak to all the hand traps. It's like it's the Ritual Beast problem, right? Like all of the Charmies are good against Dragon Rulers except for Perulia maybe. And Droll hurts and Lancia also hurts. So yeah. Difficult spot. Difficult spot for sure. You have a preference what you're going to play? I mean, the thing for me is that for the near future, I'm just gonna mess around with different mid-range decks because I don't have a tournament coming up that I'm super tryharding, right? Like I'm not gonna go to locals and play Malice, for example, right? My next biggest tournament is the German National Championships, which is in almost 2 months from now. And we get a new set before that as well. We get the new Battles of Legends before German Nationals. And it's going to have like the new Orchest cards and new Punk support and some other stuff as well. And that is... So the form... Basically, I haven't really decided on a deck or a direction yet. Because on the one hand, the format is not developed yet. Of course, everyone thinks Malice is the best deck, and everyone thinks Mitsurugi is going to be very strong. But I don't have to guess anything. I don't have to like try and build against those decks yet, because I have so much... There's going to be so many resources and so much information to look at once we've had YCS Providence and some of the other bigger nationals. I think even the NAWCQ is before... I'm mixing things up. I think the French, Italian, and UK nationals are before our nationals. So that's going to be huge info going into it, right? And so basically, I'm gonna... You better believe I'm gonna be trying to find a another solution, right? But UK is same weekend. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. But if there is no mid-range solution, I'm going to be playing a combo deck at Nationals, because I want to try and do well at Nationals. And if I don't find anything that beats Mitsurugi and Malice, I'm probably going to play one of the combo decks at Nationals. I'm going to try my best to like learn it and find the best list and so on and so forth, and try to find like edges in the mirror match and other combo matchups and so on and so forth. But it might happen. It might happen. You might see me turn up to Nationals with a combo deck, because I might not have a choice. It is what it is. Maybe. We'll see. Anyways, moving on to the Master Duel for today. I have a pretty good idea of what I want to do in Master Duel right now, because we are in Master 1. The month is almost over. I want to mess around with some stuff in rated duels. And I have gotten an idea from someone who has suggested it in my Discord server. And I think it's a funny twist on a deck that we have played in the past. And that is... It's actually something... I think we've played against a similar concept like in the last week as well. So I want to see if we can make it work. Basically, people have been messing around with Primite Psy-Frame, which is basically a hand trap only deck, but like with a funny... So we've played this deck before. It wasn't Psy-Frame, but it was like a hand trap only deck basically that tries to like play on your opponent's first turn with like Hop Ear Squadron. And so someone suggested this video as a react, and so we're just going to take a quick look at it and then maybe mess around with the concept, because I think it seems funny. It seems very funny. The all hand trap deck was already pretty funny, and this might just be even funnier because it just maximizes the chances to play on your opponent's first turn. Look at this hand, dude. I want to do that. Dude, with the fire attacker as well. Dude, it's also Imperial Dragon with Driver goes so hard against Blue Eyes, doesn't it?
Get your ass back! I will recall you at a later point.
Dude, I feel like it was even better to just keep the driver on board to keep summoning Imperial Dragon over and over. Oh!
That felt great!
Dude, the Imperial Dragon's gonna go so hard. Oh my god.
I'm about to bomb this whole motherfucker.
Nice.
What is that card?
Synergy.
Who's laughing now?
Dude, Delta on Lord Reload is so funny, man. I want to do that. Why are you not making Baron with Hop Ear?
Sorry, girl.
Oh, you are? Okay. Satellite Warrior. Oh my god. We're jetting.
Yo, who the fuck?
I was about to say the same thing. What does that do? Gamma! Hack bit. Bro.
Okay, we are cooked.
No, they just passed. Wait, you went first? There's no... Okay, no, there's no way you went first on purpose. There's no shot. Slumpy, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. No. We're not gonna be going first, dude. We're gonna embrace the turn 0 plays by blinding second with this. There's no shot you clicked go first. No. What does Alpha do? What is that?
Immediately after this effect resolves, tribute summon one monster, and if you do, it cannot be tributed this turn.
Oh,
When
spell
you do,
card soul
you can tribute
exchange.
a monster S your opponent controls, even though you do not control them.
What the hell?
I know I'm not fucking tripping.
Nah, you don't do that. You don't do that. It's of course the 60 card deck. It was one copy of spell card soul exchange and one copy of Nibiru. That's why you don't check. You do not check that. Nah. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
No.
Nah, what? Why did you just copy the deck? And now it's just a different deck or what? No, show me more of the Psy-Frames deck.
I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger.
Why are we playing Horus Keshira now? Why is it?
Oh
no.
my god! Somebody put a cork in my penis so I stop ejaculating.
What is happening? Bro. Who plays sphere mode in flute? Because the only thing you can do with it, it's only good if you have map.
No.
So I wanted to make this video for quite a while,
Dude,
since
what
there's
is
always
going
been a
on?
few things I found a little strange about Yu-Gi-Oh players and, you know, their deck building mentality.
I'm not even gonna think about you-know-who and the you-know-what doing I don't care. Just gonna relax.
Okay, we're back to... It was you, Bella, a second ago, I swear. What does that do? What does that do? Huh? It draws one? Oh. I thought it did. I thought it just added another copy of itself because they just added another one. They just threw this. It was just random. Okay. Okay, you're just dead here, no? What is bro cooking? Extra, thank you for the 5. It is a cursed duel, yeah, but still, the concept of the deck is fun. I think we can try and make this work. It's like they found a second editor for the second half. They ran out of special effects and speed ups in the first half. Yeah, now it's just a duel. It's just, okay, yeah. I did not expect the freaking switch up to just take the opponent's Kashtira deck in the middle. I thought it was just a showcase of the Psy-Frame deck. But okay, that was kind of funny surprise. Okay, hold up. We have Psy-Frames with Prime. I mean, this is I want to try this concept. It looked fun enough to make me want to try it. I don't think I want to choose first with it like they did. I don't think that's what I want to do. I think the idea is just make him start, throw some Psy-Frames at him to stop him, and then do some funny synchro plays with Hop Ear Squadron and maybe also with Primite Imperial Dragon. I think we play less traps and so on and so forth. But first things first, I gotta read some of the Psy-Frame cards anyways. But yeah. It's just a funny idea for sure. Okay, so that's the project. That is the project. So Primite Psy-Frame. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna read Psy-Frame cards. I would never do that. But thank you for the 30 months. And Tentacles, thank you for the 2, and Chris the Kim, thank you for the first time Prime. I appreciate the support. I appreciate you for spending the Prime on the channel. Okay, so we're definitely gonna play the Royal Gamma. Probably 2 drivers. I don't know. You can never have enough drivers. The Omega. The Delta is the spell negation. Yes, that seems very good. Which other ones were they playing? They're ones I don't own. No, I own all the Psy-Frames. Okay. So they are playing Psy-Frame Alpha. This just adds a Psy-Frame card when your opponent summons. I don't know if that's good enough. Let me craft the 3rd glossy. If you have Lambda up. If I have Lambda up, it's very good. I guess that's why they were going first. They were trying to make Lambda because the Primate cards are 1-card Lambdas, right? Beta does not seem too bad, I guess. What's the field spell? I think that's the part where I kind of like don't want to go with what the list is doing. Like, I don't want to play as much of the Psy-Frame spell traps. Maybe we play one Overload to search it. This. And then we play Squadron. Heal spell. Oh. Primite. Like this. Yeah. And then I think the rest is just hand traps, right? The rest is Maxi. Bestial. Beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Ash. Do we play Ash? We probably play Ash. And we play... the list they show in the video... the Rescue Aces. Rescue Ace. This deck feels like a deck that should also have Nibiru, I feel like. Fire Attacker... Impulse... and one Roar. I don't really see the point of the Primite Roar. I'm gonna be honest with you. Imperial is a one-of in their list? Maybe. But I think drawing Imperial against Blue Eyes is hilarious if you open it with one of the things that summon Driver. We have 7, I guess maybe not 3. You need Circuit? I mean, we're not playing that many Psy-Frames though, are we? We could just cut the Ash Blossoms and don't play too many of the regular hand traps. You should use the Sword Soul Giant Chicken that has a quick effect to summon from hand and banishes when used as synchro material. The problem is, isn't that only good with... Wouldn't that only be good with Hoppier Squadron? Yeah, no, there's no way we can play that. We cannot play that. Phantasme is quite good right now. Phantasme is quite good right now, but Phantasme doesn't allow for any Psy-Frame stuff after, right? So if you like use Phantasme early to do, and then you can't do any Psy-Frames. Did we try a Psy-Frame deck? I mean, the all hand trap deck was kind of fun. I actually enjoyed that stream. Fuck. Okay. I don't think we need 2 Zetas, right? If we don't play the field spell. Shen. How are we getting... Only if we played Phantasme, right? iPhone is here. I guess let's play an IP. M7. We could play a Xyz, right? Because we have this plus this pattern is probably good. How do we make this pattern? With this. This can make it. Sure. Yeah. Okay. And then the last card I want to play. Is there any other good Psy-Frame card we need? We could play the attack stopper. The attack stoppers they could be kind of neat if they try to attack over my Lambda, right? One missing Dark Factory. I mean, the thing is apparently they went first with their deck, which I'm not a huge fan of that concept. If you're trying to go first, if it doesn't work out, we could change it to going first and play like a Psy-Frame Primite going first deck. But I think it's better suited for going second. So okay. So this is what we have for now. We're going to try it. If it ends up not working going second, then we might switch to a going first version and take out some of the more hand traps and do some other things with them. I just don't know what we're doing if we're going first and we don't have access to the Primite cards. I think that would be a problem. So just going second and throwing hand traps at your opponent seems fine. We don't actually play that many like specific hand traps. It's mostly just Psy-Frames. So we'll see. Okay. Enter rating duels. Oops. Let's go. Of course. You go into rank with the blind second deck, you win the first coin flip. It's the law. I don't make the rules. Oh god, yes. Oh god, yes. Sadly, it's the worst Psy-Frame to have, but I didn't max C because I want them to commit, of course. If they just pass, I don't gain anything from it. They're gonna chain Primate Roar to this, right? Yeah. Please no answer. Please no answer. Oh, it's a 60-card Dragon Link deck that's been popping up. Oh, it feels so good. Oh my god, get owned. Ooh! Hallo! And we add Psy-Frame Overload. Overload or what? Where's Shen now? We don't need Shen here. It's the end of the main phase. Top ear. Effect. I could chain Druid Swarm here to make a level 8. But I think it's just Baron. There's something about playing on turn 0 that just feels so fun. Oh my god! Oh! Alright, we're gonna take it slow here, because that's what this deck's all about. I don't want to lose my Ether Barrel to the Primate Roar in the graveyard. So I'm going to go ahead and battle this Blue Eyes White Dragon. So that we can now banish that Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then they won't have a normal monster. They won't have a normal monster for the Roar, and they also will not have the Ether Barrel add back next turn. I don't care about this. I'm just going to allow that. I actually think this is not a good response for them. They should just let me use my Druid Swarm, because now I just get to keep my Druid Swarm in hand. I don't care about that. All right, and now we Primite. It'd be kind of dope to add this, but I think it's Drill Beam first, always. Then we're gonna activate Baron, pop the Baldrake. We're going to activate Lordly Load, declaring Driver. Take the one out of the deck. Now we have a normal monster, so we can Drill Beam. Targeting the Lordly Load. Then we will activate the Drill Beam to reset. And do I make Lambda here? Lambda would enable Beta. But then, nah, we just sit and call it a day. Come on, it's peak. It's peak, isn't it? Seifert. I forgot it was Dragon Link for a second because I just thought it was Blue Eyes, but yeah, they're playing Dragon Link. Nah. A baby dragon. Banish a Psy-Frame from your hand or face up from your side of the field, then target a card on the field, banish it face down. Yes! Goodbye, Beta, it's been real. Tschüss. And driver for game. Please let me do it. Please let me do it. Please. Yes. Oh man, it's peak. Dude, this is it. This is the evolution of the all hand trap deck. Oh, and the level up. Oh my god! No, don't pass! That's my weakness. That's my weakness! You can't just pass. That's against the rules. That's not fair. Oh, it's Tenpai, that's why. Okay. Okay. If I summon Druid Worm right now, I could make a pack bit to put the Chundra in the spell trap zone. Because if I go for Satellite Warrior here and I pop both of them, I might lose to Fadra. Like Kaiman into Fadra. What can I lose to if I put the thing in the spell trap zone? It's like, even if they have, if they had Droplet, they probably would have used it already. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I play 2 drivers, so that's not a problem. Sadly, the Pydra is normal summon, so Druid Worm can't send anything. I'm still gonna go Chain Link 1 Druid Worm in case they negate the pack bit somehow. Going to target this as well. What? Ah! Now what? Ita. Okay. But the thing is, with the Chandra in the spell trap zone, it doesn't matter, right? Okay. Dude, the Nib. I discarded Nib because I was like, there's no way they're playing into Nibiru. They're not crashing the Hita. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Goodbye, Stardust. It's been real. Still gotta win this game somehow. Which I don't know. I don't know exactly how we're planning on doing this. Ooh, beta is neat. I can Typhon here. I have two options. I can Typhon here, or no, Typhon just gets they just Promethean Princess it. That'd be bad. Attack. Attack. Set is probably Hornet drones, right? Okay, main phase 2. Activate Baldrake. Banish. I don't think it matters. Biru. Special. Lambda. Ooh, it has the effect again. Not now though. Go! Why not place Princess? Because you have to discard a card for it. I want to discard a card. Okay. We can't use both Psy-Frames. That's why I'm not using Delta on it. Because one driver is banished. Ah! You thought I was going to negate it. Maybe they had talons or something. Easy clap. Deck beats Tenpai as well. No problem. Dude, why are we winning? All the coin flips. Oh no! No Hoppier Squadron. No Psy-Frame to pair with the Imperial Dragon. Uh-oh. I can normal summon Ether Barrel on there. That's funny. I'm not going to do it though. I did not know it could do that. Flameville Guard? Oh my god. What do they mean by that? It probably means my Nibiru goes crazy, to be honest. Impulse! Okay. You know, that's actually somewhat annoying. It's like kind of annoying. Alright, we're attacking the fire. Impulse. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I really don't want a Nibiru this turn if I don't have to. I love this. Boom! Wait, why do they have... Why can't I have... Trigger? Oh, okay. Sure. That's fine. Dude, this game state is so cursed. How did we get here? It's turn 1. No, fire attacker, don't go. Dude, I have a drill beam now for their drill beam. It's actually very good. Yeah, let's Lord. Let's go. So, here's what I'm thinking, right? Lordly Load just says you cannot activate the effects of special summoned monsters this turn. So if I go Lordly Load, declare Driver, summon Driver, and then tribute summon Imperial Dragon, that goes insanely hard, right? Because it banishes all their lights. And I have a drill beam to counter their drill beam, potentially. What if that's imperm, which is the most likely case, right? If this is imperm, they imperm my thingy, then I drill beam, then they drill beam my drill beam, it doesn't work. But if I normal summon another ether barrel, it also doesn't really do anything. But what would be the best add in this case? Another drill beam? No. Or Veiler, yeah. Another Imperial Dragon wouldn't do anything on their turn, right? Yeah, whatever. Come forth, Psy-Frame Driver. Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Okay, that actually fucks me up, dude. That's very bad. Very bad. Very good here. Okay. We proceed to the face of battle. Attack seals. I respectable play. Respectable play. Magna. Cannot activate because you purged last turn. Yep. Nice. Okay. And Typhon. Typhon to bounce the blue eyes doesn't really do anything, right? Because I mean, it doesn't force the drill beam. At the same time, if I Typhon, my nib is turned off. Also, I can't, I can hop ear right now to book their stuff, which I think is neat. Typhon to bounce. Typhon to bounce. Okay. I don't like this. I should have grabbed another ether barrel. I should have grabbed another ether barrel. Dude, the drill beam stare down is so awkward. I'm just hoping they don't have a good Blue Eyes normal summon, basically. Because right now they have a lot of Primite cards and a Blue Eyes. But if they don't have like a Sage or Maiden or whatever, then I think we're okay. They didn't have it last turn. That's fucked up. We lost. I think. Unless they int into Nib like crazy. This needed to be another Ether Barrel. Because I actually could have gone Imperial Dragon Effect, normal summon Ether Barrel, and then Hopier Squadron for... The Silvera would actually be very good here, right? If I could go for Silvera right now, it'd be kind of dope. We'll see. So basically what I'm hoping is, obviously we can't nib while the Typhon is up, but maybe they can't go for game. And they just attack over the Typhon and then I nib in main phase 2 or something. Because they're definitely going to play into it here, right? They're going to summon 5 times, I think. Wait, what's their hand now? They don't have... right now, they don't have a vanilla in hand, right? So if they synchro off this Blue Eyes, they might... I can Drill Beam, I think? Okay, well, I'm not dead. They have an Ether Barrel? Do they? Because they didn't activate the second one. They discarded it for Wishes, right? I feel like they discarded it for Wishes. I might be tripping. A big token, though. Do they have one? They do. What is it? Did I know about that one? What they... maybe I messed up. I don't know. Christ. Yeah, we lost. I think that was winnable though if I didn't add the second Imperial. That was pretty stupid. Like if I had a barrel in hand on their turn, I'm pretty sure that would have been pretty sick. Because if I go summon barrel on their turn and then I can hop Ear Squadron to make Silvera to turn their stuff face down, they just can't do anything, right? They just cannot do anything. And I also get follow-up from the Ether Barrel. I think that was a winnable game. I think I just messed it up. Oh, it's the two bad Psy-Frames. I guess I can still make Baldrake live, I guess. Which is not actually, it's not actually that bad. Ooh, add Drill Beam is annoying. Alpha! And I'm adding... I never know what to add with this. Overload, I guess. Solid texture. Thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. So the Drill Beam might not be live. Discard True Light. Okay. Their hand's kind of broken, I'm not gonna lie. Their hand's broken. Wait, you got Matt, they got Maiden too? Holy, okay. Yep. There was no point trying to bestial the Blue Eyes White Dragon because they have True Light up. They're just going to chain it, bring it back, and invalidate the bestial. So it has to be this. The thing is now, if they make a Synchro, I can still Baldrake it, and that's going to force it. Like, Spirit here doesn't really cook because I just banish it. Like, they can chain it, but then it's going to destroy the thing in the end phase. Okay, so bring back Blue Eyes. Interesting. This is... They have a Lordly Load set, right? They have a Drill Beam in hand, an Effect Veiler in hand, and the Blue Eyes Trap in hand, right? Those are the 3 cards. We know all the cards. Okay. Lordly Load, Majesty, and Drill Beam. Gonna start with normal summon Ether Barrel. Drill Beam the Ether Barrel. I am so tempted to Drill Beam the Drill Beam. It's gotta be done. Chain Seals? You know you can't return your own Drill Beam, right? You know that doesn't work. You do not know that doesn't work. Okay. Did you think you were a genius right now? Did you think you were dodging my Drill Beam by bouncing your own Drill Beam? I feel like you did. Alright, set Lordly Load. Why can't they return their own Drill Beam? Because cards that are marked for, basically, not marked for destruction, but marked as being used cannot be bounced. It's a kind of specific ruling. I don't know. The problem is now I don't have a Primite anymore. I can't reset my Drill Beam. It's very annoying. So if I activate this, they're just going to pop it with the Majesty card. Right? They have 2 pops. Maybe if I ask nicely, can I activate my Lordly Load? Okay. They just let me do it. Sure. The problem is still that this Majesty is very annoying, but... Come forth, Psy-Frame driver. Why are you letting me do all this? I'm confused. How do I outplay the Majesty? At least I did banish the Maiden of White, so that's not going to come back here. That's neat. Yeah, okay. Dude, this is going to go hard. What does this do? Add a Psy-Frame card from your deck to your hand? Ooh! I didn't know it did that. Okay. Bingo machine, go! It's so important here whether they play a second drill beam or not. If they play a second drill beam, it's a very hard situation to be in. If they do not play a second drill beam, I think we're winning. Because they can drill beam my Imperial Dragon, and that's a big problem. Yeah. 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 Please, please, please. Just one drill beam. Yes! Okay. Okay. So their hand is 2 Ether Barrels. Wishes. Oh. They know I have Imperial Dragon, right? They gotta know how crazy it goes. Do they understand what I can do? Do they know the things I'm capable of? Surely they don't play 2 Ultimate Spirits, right? Because that would kind of suck. I mean, maybe they do. Oh, they can make Baron now. I don't know if I should have let them do that. Yeah, dude, I should not have done that. I should have went off, dude. I mean, I'm stupid. Why am I dumb, man? Why am I dumb? Oh, I'm so tilted. I realized too late that they have Baron in Master Duel, man. Doesn't even have to fall for the bait of the trap because they have an answer to the thing anyways, of course. Oh man, words cannot express how sad I am right now. At least we'll survive with the beta, I guess. Oh, they attacked with the right one. That's annoying. Why'd they do that? Oh, man. Dude, the only games I've lost so far are games where I've misplayed. It's actually so annoying. But at the same time, it means like we could have won. I think we won both of these games if I did it right. So we're 2-2 so far, but both losses were winnable. Maybe you need Ghost Ogre for Blue Eyes right now in Master Duel. I mean, like, I'm not playing Ghost Ogre. It seems like a mistake. No, the fire attacker. Other than that, the hand's dope. Alpha plus Imperial is nice. If this is Blue Eyes, please be Blue Eyes. Please be Blue Eyes. No, Fenrir. Why is it Fenrir? Oh. Don't tell me it's Cash Tira, dude. Don't tell me it's Cash Tira. Oh, it's Cash Tira. Oh wait. The driver is psychic, right? They got psychics. That's okay. Wait. They're being psychic. Maybe I cooked them. Didn't lose my drivers. That was step one. Could not afford to lose the drivers, both of them. That would have been a problem. Tribute summon unicorn. Tribute summon No, I'm going in. I'm going in. We're going in! Give me... I always find it so hard to... What to add with this? Give me Gamma, I guess? I don't know. Yeah. Look at my extra. I don't care. I don't care. Goodbye, Baron. It's been real. It's okay. Boom! I'm not done yet. Dude, no! Let me satellite you! Oh, man. Why are you running? Dude. Oh, man. This thing is so funny. Memento. Okay. All right. Well, if the Maxi resolves, that's pretty good. No. Okay. Well, the Bestial plus Hopier Squadron is gonna have to do. It's actually not a bad pairing against Memento. This hand, like, it might be good enough. It might be good enough. We'll see. Because I'm gonna be. It depends on the line they take. But if they banish Gaddock here, while I can Bestial it, that'd be pretty huge. Oh, they go for Gaddock. Ooh, that's a tough one to get Bestialed on. Zack. Ooh. Up. Okay, Miklan's not bad here. So we're not going to Baron the Anguish because Miklan would still bring it back. So I think we have to allow this as well. Yeah. I think Mace is the one I want to Baron right now. Because if the Goblin here, I think without Gaddock in rotation, I don't think the Goblin does much. Yeah. Actually, oh no, dude. Okay. I wanted to Baron it, but I right clicked because I thought they were activating Goblin first, but okay. That is annoying now. I guess I can also Baron the fusion spell. But then they still have the other half of the fusion spell. We'll see. I think they have fusion already. If they have fusion already, letting the mace go through is actually better. Because then ooh, they might have it already. Okay, Sleepy. Sleepy? Okay. Yep. Wind Dragon. Wind Dragon destroys and adds 2 That's fine. I think they have fusion already in hand. That's why they're playing it this way. That's why they went for Sleepy instead of... They're trying to bait my negate, I think. I think they're trying to bait my negate before activating the fusion spell. So now they have combined creation guaranteed. But I think that's okay. Ruddy Rose maybe for this matchup? Oh, that could be a thing, yeah. I don't think this matters. I could potentially save my Baron negate for my turn. Depending on what they do. I don't think this Bone Party summons anything I'm afraid of. Preventing the king is better. The thing is, like, at this point, how much does the king even do? Because they already have Miklan. They have all of the memento names in rotation. Like, why does it matter so much? They have 2 fusions now. Which is a problem. So they have 2 fusions, combined creation, and tri-horned dragon so far. Oh, tri-horned. Cool. Oh. Yep. That's fusion. Okay. So that's fusion, and this is trying to reset Bone Party. So here's the thing. I'm only unaffected this turn, right? For the rest of this turn, yeah. Okay, so next turn, my Baron is affected, technically. If I Baron this right now... If I Baron this... How good is it? I Baron the Memento Mictlan. It gets destroyed. The combined creation can still bring back the Anguish, but it can't add. So it would probably bring back the Horned Dragon. So on my turn... I think think I negate this. Because the Bone Party is basically the Bone Party forces my Baron anyways, I think. Or like, or this also just forces my Baron, right? So I still get a Bastille as well. I can't forget about that. I do get a Bastille still here. So Swarm. And I might also tag out my Baron for Magnamute, but I haven't decided on that yet. I have not decided on that yet. Let me think. Do I do this now? No. Okay. Gamma off the top is interesting. Is Stardust properly summoned? Yes. Stardust. I can't tag out Baron into Stardust, which is funny. Okay, they do this immediately. If I drill beam this, they can dodge it by fusing. I don't want that. Okay, now Aki Huron. Oh, the Gamma kind of goes crazy here. Yeah, let me Gamma. That's a crazy draw. They made it live too. They made it live too. Fusion main phase only. Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I could have considered it. All right, the Gamma is kind of huge. Combined creation effect. Now, here's the thing. If the fusion is main phase only, I could drill beam this combined creation right now. But then I enable the spell. The spell is live if I do this. But I think it's I think this is good. Boom. No. And this. The spell's already live. No, I know it's already live, but like I can't negate it with drill beam anymore is what I meant. Like I was gonna save the drill beam for the fusion spell, but I think if I have an opportunity like this, it's probably worth to I should probably bring out the Druid Worm before they can dodge it with the fusion spell. Also, so we're gonna be banishing the Anguish. Okay, and now we hit him with the Lordly Load as well. Dude, we have everything. Crazy. Here's what I'm thinking. I know it's a little odd. Oh, wait, banish all. No, it doesn't do anything. It's a little odd here, but I'm thinking with the combined creation banished, right? How do they add this back? It's only Aki Huron, right? It's only by destroying Aki Huron that they can add back the thing, right? So if I banish Aki Huron from graveyard with SP Little Knight, is it Jover? It might be Jover, right? They can still do Twin Dragon here to pop some of my cards. We'll see if what they pop. Add follow-up as well. They're playing Memento well. I'll give them that. It's a fun match because of it. Popping the Druid Worm. And then using this. Pop. Lordly Load. Okay, so... Oh, they put back the Akihiron. You smart little Memento player, you. Okay. That was good. But they still have to find access to it again, right? Because they have the horse in hand now. I should know all the cards in their hand. Actually, no, there was one unknown, I think. But I know they added the horse and then they discarded the Dark Blade. So I know that they have horse, but horse alone will not do it here. Because, I mean, one, I have SP. Two, the Gaddock is banished. So horse alone is not like the greatest play ever. They still have to find a way to get to the... they still have to find a way to get to the thing. The random thing to do. They have to find a way to get to the thingy. Yeah, they can't do it. Okay, well... Alpha. I'm still adding Ether Barrel, I think. I'm still adding Ether Barrel just to normal it, and then I set Drill Beam from the graveyard instead of searching one. Just more damage. I'm not gonna activate. It's just so that I can reset the Drill Beam. And now I have the barrel in rotation again, and this is gonna give me a driver to... Gonna give me a driver to activate Drill Beam. So Drill Beam is live now. Maybe I should have played around evenly. I don't think they play evenly though. Fair. And then I pass. And so now I feel like it's very hard to break this. I could have made Lambda, but I don't think Lambda is better than SP here. I still have to be careful because they have Memento Fusion in the graveyard already. Okay, a set monster I can't do anything to. That's smart. Destroy Sleepy. Okay, so destroying Sleepy is gonna trigger it. However, this sends a Memento card from deck. Why do you not chain SP? SP can only target face-ups. So like a set monster I can't dodge. Add Memento Fusion. Okay, Memento Fusion is going to make it a little harder to use these interrupts because they can dodge one basically. There's Akihiron. Gotta be careful with this Akihiron. Tatsuno Toshigo I'm not so afraid of because there's no there is no Gaddock in the deck unless they play two, which would be very unusual. I'm just gonna assume they don't play two Gaddocks. I think I'm gonna be using Drill Beam on the fusion. Oh. Ah. Dude, stop doing the right thing. I mean, I have to. I have to. There's no way around it. I can't save it. God damn, stop doing that. All right. Well. Yeah. Stop being a good duelist. Ah. I think I have to SP it now. Because later it checks. Right, they can later on they can just chain it. So I have to do it now. The thing is here, they can send 3 names. They have 2 names in the graveyard right now. So if they send combined, no, they have combined creation is banished. So I don't know what the, I don't really know what the thing accomplishes. Yeah, it just sends 3 names. End phase, okay. Whew. Do that. Here. Overload. Typhon is not live. Drill beam to reset. I should probably start with drill beam to reset. Should I start with drill beam to reset? Does this have to destroy? Destroy them? No. Oh man. Okay, so Lambda. Can't beat the 3K right now. Oh, destroy 1 here. The drill beam goes. Okay, Akihiron comes back now. Akihiron comes back. Which means... Dude, if I alpha now... If I alpha now, I'm gonna be banishing my driver, which is the only driver I have left. So I just can't do that, right? I just can't do that. No, I can't alpha. I can go for both of the other Psy-Frames, but I can't use them. If I can banish this Akihiron, I think we're good. Banish driver from field. Try to banish this Akihiron. Yes! Okay. Woo! The Akihiron has been banished. We fought so long for this. Beta. Oh, I think we got it. I think we got it. I should have added Gamma in case they have a hand trap. Dude, this was fun, man. What kind of game was that? Holy. Why was this game so good? Alright, we do have enough damage here. See. Dude. GG, man. What a game with that. They played very well. I'm not gonna lie, that game was crazy. I have a feeling that this deck is pretty good at producing these kind of really weird game states where people have to play really well, which is really fun to do. That was nice. Okay. I have a feeling what my opponent might be playing based on their name. What do you think they're playing, chat? Dude, I hope. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Lordly Load, add Drill Beam. Activates Fire Attacker to draw 2, discard 1. No! Don't ruin it! Okay, well, I have 2 Hoppier Squadrons anyways. Ah, man! Eh? Okay. What I was gonna say is, they're gonna add Drill Beam. They're gonna add Drill Beam with the thing. I'm gonna activate Fire Attacker. They're gonna try to Drill Beam it. I'll dodge it with Hop Ear Squadron. It's gonna be glorious. Or maybe now, I don't know. I'll do it now. No, they don't have Drill Beam. Ooh. Well, they let me keep Magna. It's really odd. I'm gonna discard a Hop. If I discard a Hop Ear Squadron, they could Cult by the Grave it, which I would not appreciate. I think I don't need this alpha right now. I don't need this alpha. But I think 2 Bestials plus Hop Ear Squadron just messes them up, right? Like, I'm just gonna Magna Druis Squadron. Very funny. We'll see. Oh, that's a pretty Drill Beam, dude. I like that one. I really like that. Can I have it? Dude, your hand is insane. Your hand is crazy. Okay, Valor, Drill Beam. It's gotta be Maiden. Yeah, Valor, Drill Beam, Maiden, one other card. So I guess the big question is the Drill Beam live? Because if the Drill Beam is not live, I can mess them up with Satellite Warrior. The Satellite Warrior, it pops cards, right? We'll see. They know I have Magnamute, they don't know I have Druis Worm. So what I'm thinking is we could do a thing where they go Mausoleum to send Blue Eyes now, then they activate Spirit to bring back Blue Eyes. I Magna it, they chain True Light. Never mind. Okay. I don't know what's going on anymore. Discard Valor. Okay. They are trying to make Drill Beam live. They are trying to make Drill Beam live, everybody. I will not allow this. I will not allow this. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I'm gonna make a play that loses if the Drill Beam is live, but I think if the Drill Beam is live, we have a rough time here anyways. I think it's just Drill Beam pass, right? I'm pretty sure it's just Drill Beam pass. They can make a Tyrant, but it can't attack. They should not make Tyrant, because then Drill Beam is not live. Dude, Javier Squadron is so fun, man. They should make more cards like that. They should make more cards like that. Don't Drill Beam this. Please don't. No, don't Drill Beam the Satellite Warrior. No, it's unaffected. Oh my god, disaster struck. Drill Beam, no! Dude, it's so funny. Oh man. So what do they have in hand? They added Roar. I should know one more card in their hand, right? They used Roar. They have another Effect Veiler. Okay, one Effect Veiler is in hand. Ah, dude, I'm crying. I'll still get the Ether Barrel. Lewis Worm. Banish Blue Eyes. On a Veiler. So This is when a card or effect is activated, you can banish this. Okay, it works in the damage step. It does work in the damage step. So I think, unfortunately, I'm going to just have to attack over this, which will allow it to reset the true light, right? Is Typhon game? 41. Typhon is game. The problem with Typhon is that if they have another Veiler, which I technically don't know what the card in their hand is, I might have problems actually outing this thing if I Typhon here. So, oh yeah, I could have Druis banished this thing. Yeah, I guess I didn't really realize it was that much of a threat. What I can do is I can go battle phase. I can just attack, which is 1100 plus 41, 52, 60, 7400 damage. I can do 7400 damage. Then, if they reset the True Light with this, I can SP to banish it. I think that's safer than playing into Effect Veiler. Because if I Typhon into Veiler, it's actually not that good for me. I mean, I probably still win, to be fair, but I think I win either way. I think I can give them an extra turn with how low on resources they are. We're not gonna... Oh, they don't even reset? Oh, okay. They could have reset, right? With the Tyrant, that's how it works. I think. Well, okay, well. We're gonna make seals. And so the Ether Barrel does not come back because there's no vanilla in their grave, but I still want to make SP here. I could also make Lambda. Lambda kind of cool with the Delta in hand, but I think SP is safer. And then I'm just gonna banish the field spell, because that's an easy way, because they currently don't have Blue Eyes White Dragon, right? So like the field spell is another easy way to get it. And the thing is, I can still go Seals, Bounce, summon Druis Worm, and then hop ear synchro with it into like Omega or some. Add a level 1 light tuner. I don't know if I need to SP this, because they do not have the field spell in rotation anymore, so I don't know how much I care. It still makes Typhon, I guess. I'll SP. Why not? It's gonna be... The thing is, it's gonna be there in attack position on my turn, which is neat, potentially. Because I might be able to just attack it for game with the SP next turn, right? Like, no matter what happens this turn, in the end phase, this thing is returning with 0 attack, and this thing is returning with 1600 attack, and they're on 600 life points, so... Dude, imagine they have called by for my seals. Imagine I go seals when they activate True Light, and then I delta their called by the grave. They would be so mad. They would be so mad. Oh, I want that to happen. Please. Please call by it. Do it. Unfortunate. Okay. Alright. Here's Druis Worm. Set 2. Concede. Wonderful. Dude, it's so fun to do so many things on turn 0, man. The Satellite Warrior went crazy. I love this deck. Dude, by the way, they opened Ether Barrel, Talents, and full Blue Eyes access as well, like for the Blue Eyes combo, and they got cooked by a fire, like a Rescue Ace monster and a Hop Ear Squadron. Isn't that crazy to think about? Oh my god, Manadium. Normal summon Meek. Okay. Dude, I was thinking about using Alpha first to check for Maxi. But okay, well, that's annoying. Slightly. This is a normal summon, actually, which is funny. The Imperial Dragon is a normal summon, which is cool. They got Visas. Okay, I'm banishing the Visas with the Imperial. Please be psychic. I don't think it's psychic. No, it's fairy. Okay. But surely I still have to Imperial now, right? Oh, they're not playing. No one's playing. Let's go. Goodbye, Gamma. Good job. Give me Ether Barrel. Thank you. Dude. Oh my god, it's so broken. There's one thing we haven't done today yet, which is we haven't delta'd a Cult by the Grave on Maxi. It might happen. It might happen right now. Here's the thing. I don't think I Maxi on an open game state in this deck because I don't want them to just pass, right? They clearly have Maiden as well. So they're going to have Effect Veiler for my thing. Yeah, nah. Yeah, they have Maiden. I mean, they might know I have Maxi now because I thought about it for a second, but... Oh, is this how you don't draw it? Is it if it's Royal, it's in your deck? That's crazy. I didn't know it did that. So here's the thing though. Am I really not gonna Delta the wishes just to see if I can Delta a Cult by the Grave? There's no way, right? Huh? No effect. Wishes. Discard Veiler. Okay, hold up. So the card in hand is Mausoleum, right? The card in hand is Mausoleum. And the other card in hand, we don't know. There's no way I don't do this. There's no way I don't do this. I have to. I got it. I mean, I also have Baldrake, which is crazy, in combination with the Psy-Frames. There's Mausoleum. Because the thing is too, they have they've already activated. They have already activated the they've already activated the True Light to summon, to set. So if I Baldrake this Blue Eyes right now, I think they get Omega cooked. They can't dodge the Bestial right now. I have to do it now because if they activate, I can't chain because they don't have monsters. But this way, I can just hold my Maxi for future turns. Like they're not. I don't think they're gonna play here. And if they have a way to play, they get cooked by Maxi, like that. That is the only card, by the way, that makes them play. I just want to get that out there. That is the only card that would do anything there. Everything else, they just pass. But like, yeah, they're not going to use Maiden here. And also summoning from extra deck is completely pointless because Baldrake exists. But this is still a little bit of a problem now. Because the Majesty set counters my Lordly Load. And this card will outgrind me. So I'm a little worried about this. Oh, what? Okay, you lost. Thank you. Holy, thank you for your donation. Oh my, what the hell was that? What the hell was even that? Yeah, okay. They threw completely. I feel like we should be playing Ghost Ogre at the moment in Master Duel. I feel like we should be playing Ghost Ogre. I it didn't feel like we needed Nib. 2 driver, dude. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I've actually missed the third one sometimes. Because 1 is always chilling on the board because of Lordly Load. And then the second, like sometimes you want to use multiple Psy-Frames in the same turn if you have Lambda up. It's happened. I'm just saying it's happened. I don't think you ever put 3, but the thing is, like, that's what that's technically what the Psy-Frame field spell is for, right? Where you can use Psy-Frames and then you synchro them off so the driver keeps going back into your graveyard. I just don't feel like you can really use that card well in this deck because we're blinding second and it takes a lot to set that up because you're going to basically, you have to make Lambda, you have to somehow search the field spell, which technically this can do. But yeah, definitely I think what I wanted to add was the Ruddy Rose Dragon. So far I didn't feel the need to make I did not feel the need to make Zeta ever, and I also never felt the need to make this pattern. So yeah. I like this. Lambda 2. No, you need Lambda for sure. I don't know if you need 2 in this version. But yeah. What if we add Galaxy Serpent as the other primate target? I mean, I don't really feel the need to have another primate target, but you could. No! They passed. Well. The hand's good, though. Impermanent. Please impermanent. Ghost over it. Okay. I mean, I didn't want to have a monster anyways, to be honest with you. I think that's kind of cool. It's very funny what's happening right now. Because they just Mool and Glaciate themselves. Go, dude, go. Enjoy your turn. It's probably 10 pi. But we should be okay against that. Oh, it's Blue Eyes. Okay. Is this a delta angle? Can you drill beam? You cannot drill beam a normal monster, right? Because it says target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects, and if you do, banish it. So like you can't negate the Blue Eyes, right? But this summon in defense, it summons in defense. I never care about that, right? Do I ever care about that? I don't think I care about that. No. Come on, summon it from hand. Nope. Okay. The thing is, I'm never gonna lose to a Blue Eyes White Dragon, right? Because I can just Imperial Dragon it at some point. Beep boop. Hello. Called by the grave. You know I have drill beam. Oh, never mind. I don't have a primate. I should have activated Lordly Load first. That was stupid. I didn't. Yeah, I should have just I should have done this first so to keep this live. That was my bad. Okay. Well, it'd be like that. So Delta isn't live now. I could have made Lambda, but they can just attack the Lambda. It feels so good to have a Ghost Ogre against Blue Eyes, because you're just like... They can never go too crazy. Because I think the biggest part about Blue Eyes is like, if you get rid of the True Light, you also just win the grind game against them, right? Maybe I should have used the effect of Ether Barrel just to put it in the graveyard. It wouldn't have sent anything, but... Yeah. Interesting behavior. Okay, but now you know I have a drill beam. now you're getting punished for it. Dude, let me make Lambda! Oh, man. How? Dude, we've lost 2 games with this deck so far. Out of like 10. And those 2 games, we both lost because I misplayed. We would have won those 2 as well. If I played correctly, I'm pretty sure. Why is this deck working? I hate drawing beta. I don't know if this needs to be here. Ooh, okay. This is gonna depend on how they play the combo, I guess, and whether the Bestial goes crazy or not. I'm not sure if I used the Bestial in the correct spot earlier. Because if they sent Gaddick here, alongside the 2 level 1s, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to... Oh, if it's Gaddick Sleepy, I think I'm supposed to Druid Swarm it. I think I'm supposed to Druid Swarm the Gaddick here. That goes crazy. So I know 1 card in hand, which is Darkblade. I don't think I hop ear here, because I kind of want to use... I want to make use of the Druid Swarm, yeah. So they're going to be special summoning something, which I can then send with Druid Swarm plus make Baron. Hold up. Okay, the problem here is that Druid Swarm sending Mace is good, but Druid Swarm sending Mace is good, but they can revive it with the Anguish. So I kind of have to... I do have Ruddy Rose Dragon here in this deck. I did add it. Hold up. One, 2, here. They have something, is what's worrying me. If I go Ruddy Rose Dragon and they chain the fusion spell, that's a problem. Droplet. Oh, that's so good. That's very good. Yeah. Okay. So this means we definitely get comboed. We definitely get comboed here. And my follow-up hand is not the greatest. Dude, by the way, can I talk to the responsible person for putting a once per turn on Hop Eater Squadron? Why is that here? Who thought, hey, this fun card, let's make it less fun? Insane behavior, if you ask me. insane behavior if you ask me. That would be broken. It would be gamma level. What? You think the thing that's holding back Hop-Ear Squadron from wide meta play and being as broken as gamma is the fact that it's once per turn? Bro, you guys have no understanding of why once per turns even exist and what the purpose of them is. Like, this card having a once per turn or not is irrelevant 99.9% of the time. Nah. I got one guide. Okay, the thing is though, hear me out. How crazy is this even? How crazy is the combined creation, the creation king here? Because like, how do they pop? I guess they pop with its own effect. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. At Mick-Clan, activate Mick-Clan, activate effect to pop it at my Stardust. Bring back Akihiron and bring back something with the... Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts. If only this was a... Imagine this was Delta right now. Imagine if I could Delta this Memento Mick-Clan. We probably lose. Well, we'll see. I'll let him play it out. We probably lose this. So now it's Sleepy Effect. That's going to get 2 more monsters. They still have Fusion in the graveyard as well. I don't know. I don't know about this one, Chief. I don't know if the beta can somehow save us next turn. Like on the attack of combined creation, we just beta it and it gets destroyed. And then we hop here in main phase 2 or something. I don't know. I added 1 beta so I can protect my Lambda. Like, so I can search something to protect Lambda from just being attacked over. At least that was the theory. It hasn't come up yet. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, we did change this deck from the initial idea, right? The initial idea went first and tried to make Lambda turn 1 with the Primite cards. And we are blinding second. So naturally, a lot of these Psy-Frame cards are going to be slightly worse. If you need synergy for him. Wait, what happened? Why are we setting? Why are we done? There's no way we're done. Maybe we are done. What's in hand? Hold up. Add back Gaddick. Turn Dragon added Sleepy. Okay, they have Sleepy in hand. And they have Bone Party and the spell. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad for me. It's a good card to have, man. It's a good card to have. Hand is... Do I know both in hand? Or is it just Sleepy that I know? I think I don't know the other one. Alright, let's load. Okay, the last card in hand was Ash. Oh, that's messed up. I think this one's lost. Maybe I can survive off the beta somehow. But like... maybe I should have drill beamed the mic LAN here. Because if I drill beam the mic LAN, it's gone and the thingy doesn't come back. Oh, yeah, now I'm just watching the party at this point. I don't have a win con. Alright, I think we have time for one more. We definitely haven't made good use of the beta and some of the random Psy-Frame cards, right? Like the most of the Psy-Frame cards have been pretty solid, but the beta and even the trap was okay, I think, but you know. Do you know what's funny? We haven't drawn a single driver the entire day, by the way. 0. How? Bro. If I alpha here... alpha. And let's add gamma. Hold on. Okay. This I could have dodged if I played Shen Shen. Because I could have activated it there. But no, my mouse died! Oh god. No, I want a maxi! Saved. Please. Okay. Oh, come on. We need to add Shen Shen. We need to add Shen Shen. I didn't think about this interaction, but for that, I think just for that, it's already worth it because there's a lot of people playing Ghost Ogre right now because of Blue Eyes. Definitely should have had that in there. That would have been nice. I mean, the thing is, at this point, it's not the craziest combo if you start with Fabled Lurie, so it's not like the game is lost yet. Because it depends what they're trying to do with this Fiendsmith. If it's just Caesar Pass, you know? Because Fiendsmith Sequence doesn't really do anything here. M7. M7 to add back Ash Blossom, I guess? Okay, sure. We can beat that though. Oh, add back engraver. Ah, okay. Now it actually does make Desiree. If you go through track tier, yeah. Well. I'm also thinking there should maybe be a Link 1 that we can turn Ether Barrel into in case we want to make SP with it. I don't know. Some things to consider for the extra deck. Hey, Lacrima. Okay, so what is it? Rank 6 or just Apple? Apple Pass? Oh no, you are making Lacrima. Okay. Desiree, I mean. Okay. I guess, I get it. This way you get to keep the Fiendsmith Engraver around. It's actually not bad. Spirit to make the opponent think we're playing Blue Eyes and open the field spell. Yeah, but Spirit also locks us into dragons, so that'd be a problem. All right, well, Desiree once said, it's not unbeatable, I'll say it. This is not impossible. Branded oh, no! Dude, the betrayal of the alpha, dude. No. No, why? Jesus Christ, I could not be more mad. I hate it here. Okay, no Bestial in the graveyard. It is Fiendsmith Bestial, so... No way it's Lambda Pass, right? There's no way it's Lambda Pass. Gotta be this. I was gonna bounce my own Hopier. I was gonna bounce my own Hopier to get it back to hand, then run over with Typhon, and if they send Typhon with Desiree, then I have an empty board for the Psy-Frames, but alas. Not crashing the Hopier. If I crash the Hopier, they just let my Typhon on the board. That's just taking damage for no reason. Because if they, at the point where I crash Hopier, they know what I want to do. They know I have Gamma. I added it last turn off of the Alpha. Oh, dude. I love when I just draw 2 cards for turn and recycle my Necro Quip. The regain broke my heart. The regain really broke my heart. Because my own Alpha betrayed. If I had Shen, this game would be over, by the way. I'm so pissed right now. The Shen would have been so freaking good. We need that Shen in here. Oh, okay. At least they drew the Lurie and the Engraver. I mean, they had to add Engraver to discard the Lurie. Okay. Is it game, though? It might just be game. Without playing into Gamma. It might just be it, right? Because bring back Engraver, make Sequence, make Lacrima, bring back Engraver. What is that? Sequence attacks over Hop Ear, Lacrima, Baldrake, Engraver. It's not quite enough. It's not quite enough. Unless you want to burn with Lacrima in main phase 2. But, yeah. Lacrima burn in main phase 2 I could potentially prevent with Gamma, depending on if they play something to answer the Gamma. Like, Apo. They can also just revive Desiree is the other part. That's kind of broken. Is this game 42? No, it's 7,000, right? This attacks... Yeah, it's 7,000. 7,600 with this. And then if they play Appaloosa, it's game, right? Because if they play Appaloosa, they can just link these into Apo. And then the Lacrima. I cannot negate the Lacrima with Gamma. Yeah. I think that's it. Well done. Dude, I would have gotten you if I had Shen. I would have gotten you if I had Shen. Oh, or chain block it. That works too. Sure. That works too. Yeah. All right, well. Dude, I'm about to put Shen into that deck with the quickness. Definitely needs Shen. I don't think we ever need 2 lambdas. Shen. Yep. Other than that, there's a few cards I'm not entirely sure about. Because, like, this is kind of hard to set up. But the few times we did set it up, it was actually quite nice. This, I feel like, doesn't really come up because we don't have the field spell. So, yeah. This card was neat, I think, because it's just a nice way to make Hop Ear Squadron live and a very nice way to make this card live as well, especially against Blue Eyes, where against Blue Eyes it's pretty nice to resolve it with the driver. Yeah. Maybe you can add a Bestial Lubellion regained package to keep putting back your driver as well. That could be an option. I don't know. It was a very fun deck though. And like, I knew it was going to be fun when I picked it for today's stream, but I didn't actually think it was going to be like decent, because it definitely was, right? Like, we definitely performed well with it, considering how some of the games we lost were even winnable had I played slightly differently. I definitely lost games because I misplayed, because I wasn't used to the deck. It was very fun and better than I thought it would be. So yeah, all around, good day, good session. I enjoyed that a lot. Shoutouts to the original creator. Well, I mean, at least the one that I saw the YouTube video earlier. I don't know if they invented it or if other people have been messing around with it before, but very, very cool. Liked the concept a lot. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today's stream. You guys, I hope you had a good time. I certainly did. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow with some more Yu-Gi-Oh. So feel free to follow the channel if you're not followed yet. And I will send you guys somewhere. Let me see who's live. I can send you guys over to Mr. MBT. Okay, so I'll send you guys over to Joseph. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for your support, the follows, the subs as usual. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. In case you can't make it tomorrow, just one final announcement. There's not gonna be a stream on Thursday and Friday this week because I'm gone. But I will be live Saturday and Sunday for YCS Providence. So in case you have nothing else to do on the weekend and want to hang out and watch YCS Providence together, feel free to join the stream on the weekend. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.